watch or talk about. Hulk Hogan, of course, passed away, R.I.P. Have I done a live since Hulk Hogan died? I think I have. So we'll just be further. We did a Hulk Hogan film festival. Not that hard. He didn't make that many movies for good reason. So we did a Hulk Hogan film festival. Talk about all that. Talk about the NFL shooter. We'll talk about. I'm telling you what I'm going to tell you. Not that this fucking. I mean, no one is going to watch this later. I don't know. My YouTube is because I haven't really been that consistent about it, I guess. And who knows what else? We're just gonna freestyle. We'll see what happens. We'll talk about what we talk about when we talk about it, I guess. I just finished watching that movie, The Comedy with Tim Heidecker. We'll talk about that. And just kind of, I don't know. We watched this Friendship that just came out with Paul Rudd. You can watch it. Paul Rudd is in 90% of films, so it's always, you know. Paul Rudd movies are always kind of watchable. So that was kind of an interesting film. We'll talk about that. But of course, I want to start with the Hulk Hogan Film Festival. Let's just get into the Hulk Hogan Film Festival we watched, which I've never really. I mean, maybe when I was a kid, the impression that I had as a child, right, was that Hulk Hogan movies were like terrible. Terrible actor, and his movies are fucking terrible. And I think he could have made a great film, actually. I think if he could have played the wrestler, I think they should have got him instead of Mickey Rourke, actually. But he could have, I think if he would have hooked up with Harmony Korine, if Harmony Korine would have put Hulk Hogan in Spring Breakers or whatever that one was, I forget what the hell that was called. Where he plays Moon Dog. What the hell is the Beach Bum? Hulk Hogan is he in the Beach Bum? I feel like Hulk Hogan is extremely Harmony Korine. Spring Breakers coded. So that's a shame because I do feel like, I don't know, maybe it's just me. And like, I remember when Tarantino kind of saved Travolta and like sort of reinstalled him. They're like, hey, this guy's not a piece of shit actor. He's fucking John Travolta. He's a legendary star. Pulp Fiction just kind of reignited that guy's career so he can continue to make bad movies for the next 30 fucking years. I wish somebody would have done that with Hogan. It's one of the best Hollywood storylines. It's like how Bill Murray almost won an Oscar for fucking Lost in Translation, or I think they could have got a fucking good performance out of Hogan. I don't think he's a bad actor. And okay, so I dressed as Hulk Hogan on Monday at the open mic because he was a huge figure in my early childhood. I mean, between the ages of 0 and 5 years old, Hulk Hogan was like the fucking. He was like Elvis level, Michael Jackson level, whatever the hell, Harry Styles, equivalent, Taylor Swift. Hulkamania. There's a reason why it's called Hulkamania. And so, but to me, NWO Hollywood, I don't know, for whatever reason, like I've got a tab open here, WCW Pay-Per-View Marathon. I don't know how they're just playing a live stream of all these fucking very quality WCW pay-per-views from like the 90s, mid-90s. And I tuned in yesterday, and immediately I'm at like the greatest point I could possibly tune in, which is the match Hulk Hogan and Bischoff versus Jay Leno and DDP with Kevin Eubanks at Road Wild in Sturgis, South Dakota. Which I don't know, is that match and that pay-per-view, the fact that Jay Leno wrestled, that's like the JFK assassination or something in my life. I'm just like obsessed with all the parties involved, Hogan, Jay Leno. I don't know why I watch all these old Jay Lenos from the 90s and 2000s on YouTube. They're just, it's like the ultimate ironic comfort food because it's so bad or something. It's so produced. The sets are incredible. The theme songs are very high energy. And WCW is like that too. Like I really have no interest in going back and watching like Attitude Era Raw or something. I do not really have any interest in seeing like Raw. Which when I was a 12-year-old or whatever, actually watching this shit was the opposite. I fucking hated WCW. I hated the NWO. The huge egos. I thought Hogan was just a horrible wrestler. Was holding the company back. But now I'm kind of the opposite. I see Hogan as like this kind of like demonic clown. He's like Boxcar Willie or something with that fucking face paint. And the fact that he was the ignition, the catalyst for the two kind of biggest eras in wrestling, the 80s kind of golden era. I mean, somebody's got to make a movie about Vince McMahon because I was listening to Cornette's opinion. Cornette's the funniest man on the internet. And, you know, the way that he sees it is like, you know, he's a territories guy. Hogan and McMahon in the 80s, they didn't necessarily make wrestling. I mean, although it was bigger than it had ever been, wrestling was always popular. It was always on TV. It was always on network television, right? All the way back to the 50s or whatever. At the beginning of TV, they would televise fucking, I don't know, Lou Bez or something in the goddamn 50s. And Freddie Blassie and all those people way back. Gorgeous George. Because it worked on TV in the old fucking days. Because it's basically like live theater. And so wrestling was always popular and like on TV and like, you know, they're at Madison Square Garden and shit. I mean, Hogan wrestled Andre the Giant at Shea Stadium in like 1980, way before WrestleMania or Hulkamania or any of, or even probably the pay-per-views. So it was always like a big thing. But what McMahon did is like everything that happened in the last 40 years, where it became corporate. All of the mom and pop regional flavor of things became nationalized under this corporate WWF or WCW national brands. Like a Walmart swallowed up all of the fucking mom and pops in every state or whatever. All the little fucking restaurants and diners and whatever, shops, hardware stores, they all became these big brand, corporate, nationwide, global, Walmart, Home Depot, whatever the fuck it is, McDonald's, WWF, Hulk Hogan. It's pop culture, it's mass media, it's legacy media. Although, weirdly enough, one of the things that helped WWF break through was MTV. They were on MTV and the Rocket wrestling thing, Cyndi Lauper, Mr. T, that kind of shit looped in, and Richard Belzer. I did this, I think I'm going to do a one-man show where I play Hulk Hogan. His life is just unbelievable. Because he's just a dirtbag. He is a dirtbag. And so that's part of what's comedic about it to me. He reminds me of people from my life, hillbillies. I mean, to me, when I was a little kid, there was something about wrestling that just like reeked of hillbilly and redneck. I think you had to be a redneck to like believe that it was real. And to be honest, kayfabe at that point, this was before the internet, before the Attitude Era. It was almost like believing in Santa Claus. You know, like if your IQ or your age is less than a certain number, like you probably think Hulk Hogan beat Andre the Giant's ass. You think it's real. Or at least you did. When I was a little kid, I think I thought it was real, probably. And but Hulk Hogan, I don't know, all those guys, Macho Man. There's something about wrestling that's just like maybe it's some kind of weird Confederate Southern thing. I don't know. Like wrestling, obviously, is just like replete with, and now Linda McMahon is in the Trump administration, so it's replete with worker exploitation, and Hogan is at the crux of that, right? Famously, Hogan busted the union. Jesse Ventura has talked about this. The wrestlers in their locker room in the 80s were going to unionize. And Hogan ratted him out to McMahon because if he thought it was going to cost him money, he was making so much money, he didn't want to make the same as everybody else. And so for the next 20 years, you know, none of the wrestlers had health care. They all got CTE, brain fucking damage, you know, Benoit, fucking Biggie Boy Smith, Dynamite Kid. I mean, how most of these wrestlers die by the time they're 50 or 60 at the latest. Macho Man died 15 years ago or something. It's kind of hard to believe. I mean, that lifestyle just fucking destroys your body, wears you out. It's 400 days a year, brother. And it's a surprise to me Hogan lived as long as he did. And so he's a piece of shit. He is Hollywood Hogan. He is this kind of dirt bag. That doesn't work for me, brother. But he also would visit with Make-A-Wish kids, and I was reading this article. I think supposedly Bret Hart wrote it. I don't know if it's real or not. Supposedly it's from the Calgary Sun. I saw it on TikTok. But I thought Bret Hart just hated something. Bret Hart hates fucking everything. I'm probably the most similar to Bret Hart of all wrestlers. He's just like bitter about everything, critical of everybody. He thinks he's the best. He thinks he should have done more. So I just thought, oh, this guy definitely hates Hogan. There's no way Bret Hart. And like, I don't think Hogan liked Bret Hart, or like, didn't he refuse the job to Bret Hart or something? This is a wrestling insider podcast, by the way, for all the NWOites. I mean, well, this is part of what I wanted to talk about, is Gen Z or whoever, I don't know, the internet, Twitter, people's annoying habit now where it's like, if it, like with John Lennon, it's the same thing, right? Like, he beat his wife, right? This is the story. And so he's just a piece of shit. Like, fuck John Lennon. We want to throw him on the fucking, like, trash heap. Hulk Hogan is the same thing. It's like, fuck this guy. We don't want to celebrate him. There's no enthusiasm about, or there's no, like, I mean, there is, like, a public grieving to some extent happening. But I think the young people, like Gen Z in particular, like, I don't even think they know who he is, to be honest. The last time Hogan was, like, really on fire and relevant was, like, probably WrestleMania 18 or whatever, when he wrestled the Raw. That was 2000 something, 2 or 4 or 5. That was really, like, his last run. So, like, for people born, you know, in 2000 or 2005, it's like, you probably have no fucking clue who Hulk Hogan is. He's just a racist piece of shit. And, you know, not to defend the guy, okay, but, like, he's from fucking Georgia. And, like, I think his use of the N-word, first of all, I do think there's some truth to the idea that he was, like, set up. As crazy as it sounds, this Bubba the Love Sponge guy, like, it's almost like an Epstein thing. Like, he set up Hogan to sleep with his wife so he could secretly report. You know, and then he used this sex tape to sort of, like, blackmail Hogan or ruin his career or whatever. Who knows? It's wrestling, so they can all be faking it 11 different ways. But it seems to me to some extent that they set the guy up. They wanted to get a sex tape of it. And to me, okay, he's talking about his daughter, right? He's talking about Brooke, which if you ever watched Hogan Knows Best, which I did, I guess maybe that was the last time Hogan was relevant. Hogan Knows Best. We have Hogan Knows Best fans out there. No one will ever watch it. I don't care. This is as valid a fucking testament to Hogan. I don't give a fuck. It's better. So anyway, Hogan Knows Best. Like, he's got a Trumpian relationship with Brooke, where it's like he's in love with her clearly. It's this weird Oedipus thing, or whatever that's called, when it's daughter, father, lemon incest, according to Sir Gainsbourg said. He had sort of a Trumpian relationship with Charlotte Gainsbourg. And so Hogan's got this creepy relationship with his daughter, where it's like he's clearly in love with her or something. He's obsessed with her. He wants her to be successful. Who knows what that's about? Maybe he just wants her to do well. So, like, Hogan Knows Best, the whole fucking show is about how he dumps all this time and energy into her career as a singer. They're trying to sell her as sort of like a post-Britney, you know, I don't know, sort of Lindsay Lohan, Paris Hilton era, celebrity, nepo. This was before people used the word nepo baby. But Brooke Hogan, definitely a nepo baby. Her career went nowhere. She looked like Hulk Hogan. She looked like, they all look the same. That's what's fucking crazy about the whole Hogan family. They literally all look the same. They're all blonde. They all look like Hulk Hogan. They all look like Terry. And then the creepy part was when he divorced his wife, and when she divorced him, they got with other people that, he got with somebody that looked like Brooke, and she got with somebody that looked like Hulk, but like 25. So it's one of those weird things, like the Trumps, where it's like they all kind of, I don't know, their brand is so strong. And Nick Hogan is a piece of shit. He's the son. He's on TikTok. But he provided us with countless hours of entertainment, Hulk Hogan did. So he clearly, you know, is obsessed with his own daughter, like a lot of fathers can be. You know, it's daddy's little girl or whatever. And so he's, you know, he hates anybody she dates. No one's good enough for little Brooke, you know. And she had an appeal. She was a little thicker, let's just say that. She had an R&B. Her career was like R&B, like Scott Storch, I think, produced some of her music. The Gene, the modern day Mozart. The Mozart of our time, Scott Storch. And so, to me, that was more what that was about. On his sex tape, when he's talking about, she's dating an N-word. Okay, obviously, horrible. Obviously, repulsive, reviling, racist, unforgivable. Piece of shit. He's a dirtbag. Hulk Hogan's racist sex tape that ended journalism in America with Peter Thiel. But to me, it's like, look at, I just watched one of the first matches I remember watching in 7th grade when I got back into wrestling. First, we watched WrestleMania 4. It was at Trump Casino. Hogan wasn't involved with that for some reason. Probably shooting over the bar. And then Bash at the Beach, I think 95. Right when Hogan first entered WCW, like around that time. Cage match between him and Vader on a beach. Anytime they wrestle on a beach, I'm like, yeah. Anything, you know, the Beach Boys are playing a concert on a beach. If WCW is doing a bash at the beach on the fucking beach, it's like, that is as good as wrestling gets to me. That's so cool. I love Spike's specific theater. I love interesting settings, interesting locales. So Bash at the Beach 95, Hogan, Vader. He's a little thin because he stopped doing steroids. But that was before the NWO and all that shit. Why did I bring that up? Why did I bring up that paper? I also saw this match on this fucking WCW live stream. It was the first match Hogan, I think, had in WCW. It was him and Flair. And that may have been a Bash at the Beach or Great American Bash or whatever the fuck that WCW Spring Stampede or I don't think it was Starrcade, but Hogan and Flair was like, that's the ultimate match. And it was a good fucking match. Somebody in the comments was like, Hogan had just gotten back from Japan. Forgot he didn't actually have to wrestle. Because I guess Hogan in Japan was like, he had a bunch of fucking, did like an engineering and shit. So yeah, here I am a Hogan apologist. Who's racist sex man? I mean, it's obviously horrible, but like, when it first happened, WWE just like scrubbed Hogan's name from everything, got him off the list. Like, dude, it's Hulk Hogan. Like, you can't really erase Hulk Hogan. Like, I don't. It's frustrating to me how people on the internet or since the internet are like moral absolutists, as if their shit don't stink. Where it's like, these people are just, but then somebody like Kevin Spacey can kind of work his way back. Like, it doesn't work. Like, oh, we're going to cancel Louis C.K. because he jacks off in front of people. It's like, okay, you canceled it, but like, he's still selling out fucking arenas. People still want to listen to him. There's plenty of examples of people like that, and I think it's a case by case. Like Polanski is somebody that I'm like, I was never that into his films to begin with, but like, I definitely wouldn't sign a fucking petition supporting him. Like he's a fucking creepy piece of shit. Like Hulk Hogan, like that, by and large, what I've heard from people is that he's not racist. Nash. I was listening to Kevin Nash's whole fucking thing about Hogan. He said he never heard him say the N-word. I saw this video with Stevie Ray. Stevie Ray said Hogan was the blackest white guy he ever knew. You could tell he had been around black people. Like, these things are not as cut and dry. We're living in this culture. Well, I mean, particularly when Trump got elected, it was like we've been weaponized so our entire lives about racism, and like there's this idea in our head that like there's KKK Southern, Buford-T justice people out there who say the N-word, and I'm, not that there aren't those people, but like, the racism is way more like implicit in things. It's systemic, and human things are more complicated. Although it's a he's a piece of shit. He's an egomaniac. He's a racist. But I don't know, racism is complicated. It's like this taught thing. It's like this cultural thing. It is almost like politics or something, where it's like, I'm not saying it's good at all, but it's the way it's been used as like this weaponized thing that we're all supposed to watch out for all the time, and the ultimate kind of like deciding fucking factor in everything, and it's gotta be in all the, it's like, I thought we were, I mean, what does it say? I thought we were, people were sensitive to race. I think, we did elect Obama. Not that we were ever post-racial, but like, things were getting better, I think. Like the ways that black people were portrayed in the media, or even just like in the culture, I think got better. Definitely since the 90s or something. And yet, at the same time, while all of that was happening, Donald Trump beat 2 women to become the president. Like our culture is still like super misogynistic in that, like, Ghislaine Maxwell is the only person that's been punished for these crimes. She's the only person in jail. And, you know, Trump beat Hillary and Kamala. They were not seen as good enough candidates to beat Trump. But Biden won. It's like, there are these, like, implicit, and I'm not saying there's not racial, there definitely are racial biases. But, like, not to advocate for this or anything, but, like, I read an interview once, I think it was a Harris Review interview, James L. wrote LA Confidential and a lot of LA novel noir type shit. And he's talking about racism and how people use it as like a like deciding factor in like somebody's character and like moral standing or something. Like if they are perceived as a racist, they are just like completely disposed. And like I'm not saying that, you know, if somebody's a true racist, but it's like, Hulk Hogan, right? Like, was he fucking, you know, like some, a stereotype of what you see in the movies or some kind of heightened, like, what's that movie with James Woods, Rob Reiner, A Time to Kill or whatever? It's like Mississippi, the guy that killed Medgar Evers or something. You know, it's like, is that Hulk Hogan? Is Hulk Hogan equivalent to that guy? Like, because that's how it feels. You know, it feels like Hulk Hogan, like, might as well be in the fucking KKK. Which, like, it's more complicated than that. You know, like, you know, and it's not like white fucking people, you know, racism goes every fucking direction. You know, it's something that we have to learn how to break down in a, like, more naturalistic way. Because we have all this, like, sensitivity training and canceling people or whatever, and, like, Hulk Hogan is a piece of shit, like, John Lennon is a white beater. You know, there's, like, this moral absolutism that people in fucking comment section can have, and it's like, it's not really, like, I don't think Hulk Hogan was, like, a bad guy in that, and, I mean, I think he was probably racist in that, like, yeah, he fucking broke the union. You know, like, that's probably the worst thing he ever fucking did. The way that he held people back, or I'm sure he viewed people like a lot of people do. You know, like, oh, these people are Mexican, they're X, Y, or Z. These people are French, they're X, Y, or Z. They're snobs, they're wimps, they're so it's just like, it's become an easy kind of like finger pointing way to try to like disqualify people or something. And I don't know, a lot of times it is like the poorest, dumbest people, it's the people on the bottom. You know, it's the uneducated people, it's people in the South or rural or whatever the fuck, the Trump people, the Christian psychos. You know, it's like, these are the people that watch wrestling, these are the people that fight the wars. And like, in a superficial way, I think there does seem to be racism. But it's like, you know, it's like with country music. Like right now, it's weird how like country music is like incorporating all these elements of like hip hop. It's like they're the same thing in a way. Like Jelly Roll. Look at fucking Jelly Roll. Or Post Malone is country now. Like Post Malone's whole fucking like swag, or NWO for that matter, their whole swag is like ripping off ghetto fucking culture. Like, yeah, I'm gonna get tattoo on my face and a grill, and like a bunch of fucking he started out as sort of like a hip hop guy. Jelly Roll, I don't even know what the fuck Jelly Roll does. Is Jelly Roll country? Is Jelly Roll DEI? That's body positivity gone too far. Because as far as I can tell, Jelly Roll has no talent. Like, can he rap? Can he sing? He can't sing. I've heard him sing. He can't sing. Like, what the fuck does Jelly Roll do? He's just got, like, kind of a urban swagger or something. He acts black, but he's a big fat white guy. It's like, or Shabuzi, like Tipsy, right? Like Tipsy is like country, but it's hip hop. Because they're kind of the same fucking thing, honestly. They are the music of the working class or the poor fucking people in the ghetto. They're the people on Medicaid or fucking, you know, SNAP or I don't know. With country, there's a whole Nashville white people live, laugh, love kind of like suburban gas guzzling thing that's not really like poor, but it's like victimizing poor people. And so I don't know. It's like in a certain way, it's like there's almost more integration in in those spaces. And it's more natural, almost, in a way. Even though the stereotype is that, like, people from the South are racist. I mean, obviously, people in the country are racist. Like, you know, obviously, racism is a horrible fucking problem, but, I'm not trying to defend or, like, apologize for Hulk Hogan. But is this how it needs to be, and this is how it's going to be going forward? But like, this is what we're going to reduce the guy to. Like, it's also like the stigma against the enemy, right? The word is so fucking like nuclear. Like, look at Michael Richards, right? Like, the dude said the N-word on a cell phone video, and like his life was completely destroyed. And it's like, is Kramer fucking racist? Now I'm going to be a Kramer apologist. I just think there could be more meaningful ways of confronting racism than these kind of like performative or like, it just gives kind of obnoxious people a way to like draw a line in the sand and act holier than thou. And not that we shouldn't strive to be like the best people that we can be, but it's like the internet has created this like kind of unrealistic standard or something, and it's in the politics too, with like the Democrats. Like the Democrats cannot be good enough because of the history of slavery, because of Gaza, because, you know, it's like the Democrats are not perfect, and so they're just as bad as Trump, and they're just as bad as the Republicans. And John Lennon, because he beat his wife, is like as bad as, you know, I'm trying to think of the person who actually did something fucked up. You know, Thomas Jefferson or George Washington, these people on slaves. I mean, well, the discussion has been, it's like we will never be able to move on and have a great country until we like reckon with these karmic crimes and you know, and I definitely feel like there has been an earnest effort to do that for like the last 10 years practically. And that's part of what canceling Hogan is all about, and why there has been this sort of like low-key, sort of conflicted, assessment or memorial to him. And I don't know, maybe that's just what we have to live through, but it's just a fucking crack. It's like, why does everything have to be a fucking crack? Everything is just like colored by, like our obligation to pay for the sins of our forebears. And certainly wrestling is like tied to jingoism, nationalism, Trump, kayfabe, faking shit, freaking hillbillies. It's a spectacle, it's a mass, gladiatorial, priming people for violence, priming people for racism. I mean, wrestling has always been fucking racist. A lot of their storylines. Look at The Godfather and The Pose or The Nation of Domination. You know, all these black wrestlers, what do we do with them? I'll put them in like a Nation of Islam type, faction where they just like hate white people and they're basically in a feud with like the Hispanic gang, Savio Vega, or there's any number of them. Like that's how they get people to root for Hulk Hogan. All this real American bullshit. He was always the face of like this Reagan kind of lie about and priming people for war. Really, is what Hulk Hogan is about. Like Hulk Hogan is a Cold War hero. He's gonna beat up the Iron Sheik. He's gonna beat up Nikolai Volkov. He's gonna beat up Sergeant Slaughter, which turns into these Iraqi. He's on the side of the Iraqis during Gulf War. And it's that's why Linda McMahon has a cabinet position. Because they know how to manipulate people. They have the corporate playbook for just keeping their workers exploited and driving them to an early grave. And Hogan definitely played his part in that. He's like some weird figure of the Confederacy or something. He's from the South, he's from Georgia. I don't know what the hell his family history is, but he's 6'8". It's like he probably was some kind of fucking, I don't know, slave fucking driver or something. Who the hell knows? So we're slowly trying to work our way out of the fucking racism and the fucking violent racism. Now Hulk Hogan is fucking dead, so we got rid of him. We did watch all of his movies. No Holds Barred. To me, that's as bad as anything he ever did. As bad as his racist sex tapes, his actual movies. They're all bad. Well, I don't know. Like, Suburban Commando was, I don't know how they got Christopher Lloyd and Shelley Duvall to be in this film. Because Christopher Lloyd Shelley Duvall's career maybe was in a bit of a downturn. But Christopher Lloyd was off of Back to the Future and Frank Roger Rabbit, which are like two of the biggest fucking box office hits of all time. Certainly of the 80s. Now he's in a fucking playing a co-lead with Hulk Hogan, the worst actor ever in a Hollywood movie. Like, he was trying. I feel like they should have got Rick Moranis. It felt kind of like a Honey Day show for the kids. I didn't love it. It was whatever. Suburban Commando, great title, amazing title. I don't really remember that much about the film. I actually liked it. I actually liked that and Mr. Nanny. I slept through Mr. Nanny. I really didn't. Mr. Nanny seemed kind of hip. Buster Poindexter's in it. Like, he did the soundtrack. The soundtrack's like super fucking 80s. I'm Like, this is, they were trying with Mr. Nancy. They were trying to make it cool. Like, all of these movies, I'm like, they didn't try to make a bad movie. I can see what they were thinking. We didn't watch Three Ninjas, but we did watch No Holds Barred, which I've never seen before. And I recommend wrestling fans to check out No Holds Barred because it was an early WWF film. WWF has kind of been in and out of the film industry, but they sort of got more involved in the 2000s when they had movies like fucking Triple H, Steve Austin, John Cena that they produced. But this was an early film that they think Vince McMahon, I think, produced. I thought I heard some story about him and Hogan did a bunch of blow and wrote the movie together, like three days. They like holed up in some fucking office or some shit. They did a bunch of code drawings. It just came up, and the plot is kind of interesting because the opening is incredible. It's honestly one of the most amazing pieces of cinema I've seen in the last couple of years. The very beginning of No Holds Barred. It's kind of all downhill from there. Kurt Fuller is in it. I don't know if people know Kurt Fuller, but he was in every goddamn movie, like in the early 90s. In Wayne's World, he plays you're my guy. He's in tons of shit. He's one of those guys, I think he's in Ghostbusters 2. He's one of those guys that was just like in every fucking thing, and then just disappeared. I think he's in Scary Movie. It's like you never saw him again, but he was in every fucking movie in like 1991. But he's in No Holds Barred. He's way over the top in No Holds Barred. Was he on steroids? Did Vince McMahon make him do steroids? Hogan's actually not in it that much, but it's mostly about that Tiny Zeus Lister guy. And it's sort of about, it's hilarious because it's all about, like, the network and, like, what they want to put on TV. And it's basically about how they want to put, like, a UFC style thing. Like, Hogan's wrestling, and wrestling is sort of getting pushed out. But it's like Roadhouse, like, raw fucking, just a bunch of hillbillies beating the shit out of each other. This was way before UFC. But you could see Vince's paranoia about actual violence, pushing out these fake violence, this gay, repressed homosexual theater kid on steroids, Freudian Broadway pageantry. And so I guess that is sort of what happened. But I didn't watch the whole movie. It's kind of all over the fucking place. Hogan's movies, they're better than I thought they were. I don't know. I think I've lost all sense of, like, what a bad movie is. Because there's tons of these movies I watch that, like, I don't really enjoy. But, like, a lot of times the bad movies are more enjoyable to watch. Like, they just did this fucking article in New York Magazine. They ranked every Adam Sandler film. And I got to say that we were way ahead on this, okay? I've been obviously friends of the screen, returning viewer. I've been talking about fucking Adam Sandler movies for like the last 4 months or something. So I was way ahead on this. And I got to say their list is terrible. They put, I think Clint is the #1 Adam Sandler. If you're out of your fucking mind. I do think Billy Madison is probably #1. And then maybe Happy Gilmore. Happy Gilmore to me is like the purest, most enjoyable. But Billy Madison, I don't know, kind of has a fairy tale quality. And it sort of set it's wild. It sort of set the standard. It set the template. But I do think these Adam Sandler movies have a lot of artistic value and they are worth watching. There's definitely a lot to be learned about storytelling, world building. He honors, okay, and I gotta say, I liked Happy Gilmore too, actually. It was way better than the trailer. Like I said, maybe I've lost all sense of what a good movie is. But I enjoyed Happy Gilmore too. The trailer looked like a remake. I saw the trailer. And I just thought, fuck this. They're just gonna rip us off. But it was like a party. I think the Sandman cares about people and wants to make people feel good and do the best movies he can. I mean, he had John C. Reilly. You know, did he ever have Philip Seymour Hoffman? Well, they're in Punch Drunk Love, right? So that's another thing that it connects back to the P.T. Anderson, right? I also want to get into Prairie Home Companion. I'm going to talk a lot about Prairie Home Companion, so get ready for that. The ultimate masterpiece, which ties in with PTA because he co-directed it. That's why I mentioned it. It's like the Sandler thing weirdly kind of ties in with PTA, which ties in with the Prairie Home Companion, Maya Rudolph, and you know, it's just amazing to me how wrong the critics are. I don't know how these guys got their jobs, but the critics trash these Adam Sandler movies. Like, okay, are they, you know, are they like literature? You know, are they in a cinematic sense? Are they like some kind of fine art or something? Like, to me, they're you know, they're popular arts. They're like, you know, they're not as good as like, you know, Bob Dylan albums or something, or Fellini fucking movies, but it's like, he's not, I think there's a lot of warmth, there's a lot of value, there's a lot of things to be learned. He does a lot of different things in his movies. There's loyalty, he casts his friends over and over and over again. I mean, they're all in this fucking movie. Happy Gilmore 2. It's just an amazing, you know, collection of people. And it really is a celebration of life and golf. Jack Nicklaus is in the fucking movie. I mean, how insane is that? That fucking Jack Nicklaus and Nick Faldo and Fred Couples and Scott fucking Sheeper and all these Brooks Koepka and all these douchebags, they're in the fucking movie. John Daly is hilarious. I think John Daly really did a great job. And that makes me so happy, is that John Daly is in this fucking movie and just like, you know, crushes it. He does pretty fucking good. It's just so much fucking heart in the movie. I even liked fucking Bad Bunny. I thought Bad Bunny was great. It worked for me. Travis Kelce worked for me. Even though I do not like Travis Kelce and he went way over the top, they figured out how to use it. And it was dramatic. A lot of people, I won't give any spoilers, but the movie starts off in a kind of an unexpected way. But that's how the first movie started off. The first movie, remember, it starts with Dad gets hit by a hockey puck and dies. And so the first movie is weirdly kind of this bittersweet. You know, that's why the music works so great. You know, Tuesday's Gone. Just it's so well used in the first movie. I mean, not that the first Happy Gilmore is necessarily like the biggest character for all fucking time or anything, but that's it immediately kind of sets off with this kind of blue note, right? Not that it has that much impact, but that it informs the character. That's why the character is so angry. That's why the character is so, you know, volcanic and driven, but also has this sweetness and this love for his grandma, right? I thought the Vince Stiller thing worked. When I saw, oh God, they're bringing back all these characters, I'm like, this is gonna be fucking terrible. It's gonna be just like the Star Wars movies where they remake the first one. And it kind of was, but it was different enough. His wife and his kids are in it. It's just like everybody's in it, you know. It's kind of like I would say it's kind of the biggest Adam Sandler film to me. I think I don't know, he knew that he didn't want to fuck up the character and the legacy of the first movie. He knows it's this kind of special movie. I mean, that movie was always like important to my family as it came out right when I was playing golf when I was like 12. Chubbs. And I mean, Shooter McGavin is like the all-time fucking, that's probably the funniest, most on performance in like an Adam Sandler, like villain role, I would say. I mean, Shooter McGavin, like that guy absolutely crushed. One of the great screen for comedy performances of the night, Shooter McGavin, no doubt. I thought he did great. Adam Sandler should cast him more. He should be in more. He's like one of the few people that Sandler hasn't put in. Like Steve Buscemi is in like practically every fucking Adam Sandler. He's in this one. He pisses in the mailbox. That's what I thought was incredible about it. It's just like he made everything he does like bigger and he made it work. It's like he put everything in the fucking movie. He put Jaws, Sun in the movie. You know, it's like everything from the first movie is kind of back, but like a little bit different, a little bit on steroids. Because that's how that movie, that's what that movie's about. It's about this blue collar, it's about hockey, right? It's sort of this just like down and dirty, but I don't know, there's something about hockey players that's like, they have a certain kind of honor or something. Even though they fight, and you know, it seems to be less about showing off, or it seems working class. It just seems like beer drinking, salt of the earth, blue collar, like slap shot or something. Hockey, you know, it's like it's cold, you're drinking beer. It's not quite as glamorous, and it's tough. Those guys are tough, you know, like. They get all their fucking teeth knocked out, they get all fucked up, they're scarred. Jody Shelley. And so it's like it's like Caddyshack in that regard. It's like bringing blue collar, kind of wild, hillbilly culture. Something about Adam Sandler, I don't know, he is like this salt of the earth, like kind of redneck guy in a way. All the music in his movies, like this cock rock, and like Camaros and fucking Corvettes. Steve Polychronopoulos. And so Happy Gilmore is like this kind of trashy, you know, he's like John Daly, right? I mean, John Daly is obviously, so it's like he's not welcome at the fucking country club. He's not welcome at Bushwood or Scioto or Augusta. He's just kind of rough around the edges, man of the people. And he sort of comes out and just dominates all these stuff. It's the ultimate comedy setup, right? Because all the golfers are just up their own ass, stuffed shirt, they're like Margaret Dumont, country club, sideshow Bob. They're these stiff upper lip, look down on you. So you got to bring them down a peg or two. By, you know, dragging them down in the mud. Or I saw two big fat naked bikers in the woods on 15 having sex. I'm beginning to come around. Yeah, well, I'm not, Doug. Seeing like stuffy rich people like have spaz attacks and like lose their temper, like Judge Schmidt. It's just the funniest thing. Seeing these uptight people that just like are very formal and take everything. That's the revenge of the country people in the working class. Is like they get to cut loose, they get to have fun, they get to fuck like bikers in the woods. They get to be John Daly, you know. Drink fucking whiskey, get coke, and go to the first tee hungover and shit. I have a couple smokes, have some Diet Cokes. I might hit some balls for a couple minutes, then I'm ready to go. John Daly drove a fucking RV in the fucking PGA Championship and won. He had a mullet while he was doing it. He had the ultimate mullet. I mean, he's country. He's one of us. He's like Hulk Hogan. He's got this blonde fucking He's a Trumper, I think. Isn't fucking John Daly a Trumper? I mean, what does it say? What are Hulk Hogan's last acts on planet Earth? Just going to the Republican National Convention, ripping his shirt off to shield her mom out. What a piece of shit. What, I mean, he knew he was going to die. What did he think Trump, why did he push so hard for Trump? What benefit was it going to be to him? He just wanted to fuck over the rest of us. Well, he found Jesus. Hogan found Jesus, so. Because he knew he'd done so much bad. He knew he was such a racist piece of shit. He knew he'd done so much bad shit in his life. So yeah, not to get back to this, I know this is not, but I think Hogan was triggered because, like, dude, your daughter dating your, for some reason these girls always date their fathers. But it's okay, so that's why I mentioned Bash at the Beach. Bash at the Beach, 95, Hogan versus Vader. Hogan comes to the ring with Dennis Rodman. You know what I mean? That was before NWO and all that shit. And, I don't know, like, fucking, didn't he do a match with him and Rodman versus Karl Malone? And, this movie, the comedy, I thought was kind of a more accurate portrayal of racism. I saw it a few years ago. I didn't really get it. It came out in 2012, which I'm kind of surprised because it's completely about white male privilege, particularly as it pertains to like gentrification. The movie is totally about Tim Heidecker, right, of Tim and Eric, plays this fat, and this is what annoyed me about the movie when I first saw it, is like the dude from fucking LCD Sound System is in it, and Eric Wareheim is in it, and it's all in Williamsburg and shit. So I just thought, oh, they're just kind of like celebrating these fucking natural wine drinking douchebags who lived in Williamsburg and Greenpoint and went to like Northside Fest and all those fucking Death by Audio places or whatever. This movie is like, if you want to feel what it was like in Brooklyn before, the Whole Foods came to fucking Bedford Avenue. That's really what this movie like really feels like hipster. When I first moved to New York, it was like 2011, which I think is when they shot this movie. And so all these characters in this movie just remind me of the douchebags that I was sort of confronted. It's a culture shock. It takes time to sort of get to know what the makeup of the city is and who these people actually are. I was unfamiliar. I wasn't, there's not a lot of people from the East Coast necessarily in Columbus, Ohio. And so you're encountering a lot of things for the first time, old money. And so Tim Heidecker plays this kind of trust fund kid, basically, is what it's about. Which this story's only become more and more relevant. He's got money, his parents are rich, so he lives on a fucking boat on, I think it's the Hudson, which is kind of an affected, cool detail. But it's true. There were these guys that live on houseboats and shit in like Newton Creek and the Gowanus Canal. And so it's basically just about this guy who's incredibly sure of himself and just like confident and just like kind of oblivious and just an asshole. He's just a prick. And so it's just about him going through these various situations, and like there's a scene where he's with a bunch of black people in a bar in sort of a neighborhood that hasn't been gentrified. This is 2012, so a lot of, Bed-Stuy, Crown Heights, Ridgewood, certainly not Flatbush, none of that stuff had really started to be that gentrified yet. Bed-Stuy and Crown Heights really didn't get saved, till around that time. Those areas were still kind of cutty and like wild in like 2009, 10, 11, like it still felt like Jefferson Stop was a bunch of warehouses, kind of like this desolate underground fucking thing. And it was still kind of like graffiti fucking dive bars and shit. That seemed like, what is this? Where the fuck are we? We're like in filming. Whereas now it's like, you know, fast forward to 12 years later, it's like a completely different world. It's like suburban. And it's like this weird European year-old fucking like theme park for like, you know, people that want to cosplay, that they're like, you know, artists. It's like Bohemian for the world to elite trust fund. And it's just super, like the aesthetic is just super commercial and like, I don't know. So anyway, there's a couple scenes. There's this one girl who he's talking to this girl at a party. She's a socialist, and he starts talking about Hitler and shit. And so he, you know, she sleeps with him because he's rich and he's so confident. And so it's like, when I first saw this movie, I thought they were just kind of like celebrating this. And it was really annoying to me because Tim Heidecker and Eric Wareheim and James Murphy, you know, when I first came to New York, it's like, I remember Brooklyn being full of people that looked like that. And like, everybody was wearing boat shoes and like khaki shorts. Everybody looked like they were from fucking Boston or Massachusetts, or they were all drinking Brooklyn Summer Ale. And it was still kind of white and hipster and American Apparel and Vice, and, you know, before Vice became Proud Boys or whatever, it was like Skins or something. You know, there was a fucking Salvation Army on Bedford Avenue. They tore that down. That was a fucking Chase Bank. When you came to Bedford Avenue in 2008, 9, it was like being on a hipster fucking college campus. It's like, it was like being in fucking a Michael Cera. Everybody looked like Michael Cera, or, you know, Michelle Gondry's characters or something. They were all wearing Z-suit, fucking like 80s, vintage, and so this character, but now when I saw the movie, it's not a comedy at all. I thought it was them doing sort of like their stupid, because there's that scene where they're in the church pews and they're all kind of like scooting around. And I saw that and I just thought, they're just doing their kind of dumb Tim and Eric detached comedy. But now that I've seen On Cinema and I watch Office Hours and I know sort of more about Tim Heidecker's, you know, he's very political, he's very outspoken, and he's honestly, he's one of the most insightful and kind of like prescient people when it comes to politics and just sort of the vibe and the state of things, the characters in this country. You know, Tim and Eric always had kind of a Lynchian corporate on berserk meets, you know, eccentric local outsider media, Cindy Sherman. But so now I realize this movie, the comedy, is really not a comedy at all. It's sort of about, and this is what I saw when I came to New York, and a lot of these kind of like, you know, Brooklyn circles, people whose parents bought them an apartment that cost $2 million. It's a condo building on, you know, McCarran Park. Because it's an investment. You know, they look like Tim Heidecker. They look like James Murphy was like the coolest guy in the fucking world in 2012. The LCD sound system. I've never been that into them, but, you know, when there was sort of like a hipster white people, I mean, it wasn't just white people, but it wasn't like obsessed with, it wasn't defined by, you know, its identity markers, like the social movements and sort of like the hip culture was since Trump. You know, pre-Trump, particularly 2000s, Bush era. I mean, it was woke in that, like, it elected Obama. There was, like, racial progressive awareness and diversity. But it was still dominated by white people and white men. I'm not saying that was good, but it wasn't, people were not afraid of getting canceled. There was a lot of questionable behavior going on. Remember Blackface Jesus? There was a guy on the Lower East Side. I remember seeing pictures of him in Cobra State. Blackface Jesus. You'd see these fucking parties, it looked like all these people who were American Apparel models and just the coolest people in the world, but some fucking died on the Lower East Side, they're Blackface Jesus. Like he's, like Vincent Gallo and fucking Dash Snow or whatever. I'm not saying that's good. Adam Green. So, I mean, I think that it was kind of like this character that Tim Heidecker plays, I feel like, has completely, endured and become, like, central in our society, this sort of racist troll, who's super entitled, just oblivious and threatening. He basically goes into this bar and sort of, like, jokes about how he's going to buy the things and, like, gentrify the neighborhood. And make sort of racist jokes. And so, like, the movie is not playing that like it's funny. It's trying to show that this type of humor taken too far and that type of mentality is just this very privileged, entitled, oblivious, we're going to move into this neighborhood because that's where the cool people are, the hot art chicks or whatever. And we're going to glom onto that because we have money and we're just going to live this sort of like we watched Arthur. That speaks of another kind of rich, drunk lifestyle. I really was not impressed with Arthur. It was okay. I can see why it's like a notable film, but I didn't think it was that good. It was all right. It has a certain vibe, but there's a little bit of magic to Arthur, but I don't. Considering Arthur is like this really iconic film, it was okay. I can see why Dudley Moore was famous. I thought he was a good actor. He made it real. But it's also kind of weird seeing him just act like an extreme drunk. Because a lot of times he sounds like he's got like gallons of milk or something. It doesn't sound like he's drunk. Okay, what else? Well, I did want to talk about books that I got too. Change subject. But I went to this fucking, maybe I'll just do this. Kind of get on something. What the hell was it? Something about that. They told me all this hour. I mean, you could talk about Hulk Hogan. I could do 10 just about Hulk Hogan. There's so much to his career, so many different stunts. Oh yeah, this movie is common. Yeah, so not that I necessarily loved it as a movie. It complemented that movie Friendship. You watched the movie Friendship, which just came out with Tim Robinson and of course the perennial Paul Rudd, the inescapable Paul Rudd. Because I don't know, I just wanted to see something that was like a little more, I don't know. I wanted this, I've heard a lot about Tim Robinson, and this movie Friendship has been popping up in my fucking feed over and over again. So I thought, well, that's a contemporary movie. Ashley will probably watch it because Paul Rudd is in it. And I just want to see what's going on with like these avant-garde style modern comedians. I heard Tim Heidecker said he likes Conor O'Malley. And Conor O'Malley's in this film. So I'm like, there, you know, Tim Robinson has got some kind of weird, you know, he's almost like Kyle Mooney or Beck Bennett or those guys where he's got his own kind of weird, or Tim and Eric, where it's just like, it's just about the kind of detached silliness of it, or like the weird takes, the kind of weird, I don't know, meltdown of human behavior, or tapping into kind of awkwardness, or those weird little sounds people make, like lips make, or scratching your hair sound. Let's focus on that. Let's amplify the sound effect. So I don't know. I've heard a lot about Tim Robinson. People that are like middle-aged craft brewery enthusiasts, comedy aficionados seem to think Tim Robinson and Conor O'Malley are like the guys right now or something. Seth Meyers had Conor O'Malley on, was like super pissed at that. And I've seen Conor O'Malley videos pop up on my TikTok. I don't really get it. I didn't think it was that funny. Tim Robinson, he was pretty funny in this movie, I gotta say. The movie was funny. I thought it was pretty good. It was kind of just like fake style. The guy who directed it directed a lot of TV shows, so it had like sort of post-Thrive like vibes. You know, everybody's got vibes now, so it's like kind of had Kubrickian, like these slow zooms. The whole movie is just like these slow zooms. So there's this kind of sinister. It was sort of like The Cable Guy if it was directed by David Fincher. You could tell that the director just like really was into Fincher, because even though it was a comedy, it has all these kind of like throne, like suspense thriller, kind of like obsessed. You know, like there's a million movies that are about like a friend that becomes obsessed and just like stalks the person and does all this weird shit. You know, like The Cable Guy, Single White Female. Clifford is kind of like that, where just like one character gets obsessed and becomes kind of psychotic and you know, does all this weird shit. So I thought there was some funny shit in it. You know, like he works for this app, so there was some kind of satirical stuff about the app is just trying to just like get you, you know, it was a based left Instagram or whatever. I thought, you know, it was an interesting mix of things. I would say that Paul Rudd plays a weatherman. This is the biggest cliche I feel like it's like there's so many goddamn movies about TV weather. Like it's done too much. You know, Groundhog Day, LA Story's a weatherman. I talked about it before. There's a movie with Nicolas Cage where he plays a weatherman. That fucking movie with Owen Wilson, he's a weatherman. So it's like there's too many goddamn TV weathermen. Why did they keep doing this storyline? It's insane. But it's like the director held the tone. Like I said, I didn't really like Drive either. This movie, it just seemed like sort of fake leaky. It wasn't really. It executed what it was trying to execute, but I don't know. The story is just like we've seen it a bunch of times. It made a lot of sense beat by beat by beat, and the cast was really interesting. Rooney Mara. But it was okay. It's just not really my sensibility. It's not my sense of humor. But it was sort of like the comedy film, which was like cinematic, kind of, like I said, suspenseful or sinister. You know, there's something like sinister about it, even though it's a comedy. It's sort of about obsession. And so I don't know. I was just after I bombed last Tuesday. I don't know. I feel like my sense of humor is like out of date. I've never really been like a Tim and Eric maniac. I liked On Cinema a lot better, even though Tim and Eric is hilariously funny. When it was on, I never was really like obsessed with it, and like friends in college, like Tim and Eric was like the funniest fucking thing. They went and saw Tim and Eric live and shit. Oh yeah, we watched the Tim and Eric Billionaire, $1 billion movie. It was okay. But it's like, it's like with South Park, where it felt like people that looked like Tim and Eric and probably grew up like Tim and Eric in sort of like suburban, red state America, sort of probably saw Tim and Eric humor and like used it, but like in an extremely, like the character in that movie. The character's using it and like weaponizing it as like this sort of threatening, detached, like he's just poison, and he's a bad person. He's sort of working his way through all these people through this kind of like sick, ironic, meaningless, or just even like mean spirited. Like they said, at a certain point, he's like racist, leaning into that because it's funny. It's like there is a dark, undercurrent to that, and those people. So it's like it can be misused. People can see that and just think that's what it's meant to be. Whereas like that's a commentary on that character and how that's like it's like a spiritual sickness or something that this character is just sort of habitude of this bohemian kind of privileged, wealthy, but it's divorced from the artistic, divorced from, this person is the gentrifier. They're the white kind of occupant of this neighborhood that is suddenly valuable to them because of the artist, because of the, immigrant communities or minority communities that have lived there traditionally and made it what it is, called Puerto Ricans, or Dominicans, or Italians, or whatever it is, African Americans, Asians, Hasidic Jewish people, whatever it may be. Europe is full of neighborhoods that are stolen land. And so the movie is sort of about that. It almost like personifies that trend or that development side, sort of the real estate development, the coordinated kind of growth of the real estate value and the hype of these neighborhoods, where suddenly places like Ridgewood were like hot and valuable, and like our landlord in Bushwick said, 20 years ago, he wouldn't have gone into his apartment without 2 guns he was building. It was so dangerous. Now it's like white people with strollers pay $5,000 a fucking month. Like it's a totally real estate. And people like that guy's parents are probably, making money on it and part of it. You see that. When you go to Wilson stop or Halsey stop, of all fucking places, like near nowadays, you see people with golf clubs and shit. You see people that like are probably at Mar-a-Lago. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, in this part of fucking Brooklyn. But it's like, it's so, that movie came out 15 years ago. And it's frustrating because now we're all in this like cost of living crisis, right? And so we've been so focused politically on sort of the woke issues that while people were nitpicking that shit, suddenly it became unaffordable with any goddamn things. So we're all fucked. we're all, wage indentured at this point because our rent is too expensive to even bear all this. So anyway, I also will talk about some things I've been reading. We went to this amazing, so I'm on my Instagram on Saturday, and I see, because Instagram can read your mind. These fucking things can all read your mind. And so, Jefferson Market pops to the front of my story queue. And you know when something pops to the front of your story queue that's not usually there, that there's something you want to see. I think I may have even seen like a thumbnail. Maybe it was on Facebook, where there was a thumbnail. In the thumbnail, I thought I could see the binder of this book, which I've been looking for forever. And I found it, but it's always like $13, and I really want to read it. And I've been looking for this book forever. What's your idea of a good time? Letters between Bill Berkson and Bernadette Mayer. I've been looking for this book for years at a cheap price. And I see it, and and I see it in the fucking thumbnail of all these books. I recognize the blue because I've seen, I've seen this book at bookstores all over the country without buying it. This is how I psychologically torture myself. I won't buy something unless it's a good deal. Even though, I could have solved this problem for myself 3-5 years ago just by buying the goddamn book. I never did. And so I see it, and so I immediately, watch all the stories of the Jefferson Market Library to see, okay, they're having this book swap, right? I love Jefferson Market. It's my favorite library. We've done readings there. I work there a lot of the time when I can. It's a magical, iconic, dare I say, World Heritage Site as far as I'm concerned. It's a unit, an UNESCO, UNICEF World Heritage Site. And so anyway, I was supposed to have this gig on Saturday, and it got postponed. I don't know why. The lady was out of town or something. Who knows if it's even going to happen, but it got postponed. So suddenly we have the whole day. And I had promised Ashley that we were going to rage because she wants to party. So, our plans got completely obliterated. So we wouldn't play, we've been wanting to go play miniature golf. So we improvised, we told an audible, we're going to go to this book swap, and then we'll go play miniature golf instead of this gig, which is not going to happen. And so, because if it's true, and what I see is what I think it is, I want to get down to this book swap. They're giving this shit away. It's a book swap, not even a sale. It's like they're just so my understanding of it is, you bring some books, you leave them, and you take some. You leave, and you take. And you try to make that as equal as possible. So I think, oh, great, you know what I have? I have some of my self-published poetry books that I would love to swap and just get out to whoever wants to read them. And so I load up a couple of my, most desirable self-published poetry, perfect bound shit, not zines. I'm talking real books here. They cost me a few dollars to publish. They're not like free. So, I have some skin in the game. And, I looked for some other shit I could give, but I didn't really have anything here. And so we kind of rushed down there to this book swap. And it's incredible because it's Jefferson Market Library. So it's this neighborhood. I mean, library book sales are the best places to find books, as far as I have seen. And especially in this neighborhood, because it's just like the neighborhood is all, artists or at least the old people that live there that go to, so I was talking to my friend Frank, shout out to Frank who works there. He was telling me fucking Bette Midler comes into that library. She checked out the road. And so it's, there's famous people going in there all the fucking time, F. Murray Abraham, whoever. So these are the kind of people that are donating. Those that, there's NYU professors, there's fairly good poetry fanatics. And so this fucking book swap is just unbelievably stacked, full of interesting stuff. This is really an amazing book. It's like Broadway caricatures. It's not Al Hirschfield, but it's sort of like that Al Hirschfield style. And they're from the early part of the 20th century. So it's like 1906 to 1962. And they're these really amazing, I mean, of course, some, theater person in the West Village had this fucking book and was like, you know what, I'm going to get rid of this. I'll just get it in the library for free. And so I'm like, yeah, I'm fucking picking that up. It's just amazing, because it's almost like this great encapsulation. You can almost feel the play. You can feel the sound of the theater and the resonance of the actors and the kind of echo and the projecting and the lights and the costume. You can really feel the theater through these drawings. And, one of the things we're really lucky at the open mic, right, is occasionally somebody will come and draw the acts. And that's back then they probably had to do it that way because, they didn't have live streaming or even necessarily photography that they could do in the theater, but that was probably the best way they had of sort of like capturing, that kind of fleeting, ephemeral quality of theater and making it kind of last in a way. And so, it's a really cool kind of, but it's cool that people still do that, even with Instagram and all of that, people are still drawing theatrical caricatures. So it's like they're giving this the fuck away. Like, yeah, I will fucking, what a beautiful thing it's going to have. The fucking caricatures and stories or something. I got this. This is Trollop. Because I don't know, I've been trying to think more about watching all these films. I feel like that's kind of my big takeaways, like absorbing novelistic kind of storytelling forms, how these stories unfold. It's more interesting to see a story unfold like Bonfire of the Vanities or True Stories. You watch them in True Stories, David Byrne. Very interesting film. I'm kind of surprised it's as widely available. It's almost like a Chris Marker film. It's all about architecture and cities and how we organize kind of systems of work and food and all that stuff. All the stuff that Talking Head songs are about. And then it's sort of like a musical, but it's almost like Stop Making Sense. It's just a very, it's not a plot-driven film. It's more like something that'd be on Hulu Web or something. And so it was really an interesting film, but I didn't love it necessarily. But I love, the way he organized it, I liked. He approached it from a much different. It's not about a single protagonist and they're kind of like, character arc. It's more about kind of this, it's an essay in a certain way. It's more like his book. He's got that book about bicycle diaries or whatever, where he talks about different cities. And, I find that stuff interesting, and I'd like to see more films that are inclusive of those kinds of storytelling. Essay films, memoir films, but the kind of amazing cinematography. It's a lot. There's a lot of it's got that funky kind of '80s downtown energy. It's like Keith Haring or something. That tribal kind of, drum goes through a lot of the 80s kind of New York art. Talking Heads do most of the soundtrack. And so, I forget where I read it, but somebody was saying how film has become basically just like a way to, they've adopted like novelistic storytelling. Like film has become sort of a visual novel. That's what most people consider like a film. That's what commercial film is. Sort of more like a novel than it is like a poem or even a play or what was the first appearance? You know, it's not like a bracket show or something. You know, like most of film is about, or I don't know, it's interesting to me to see how these artists influence each other and what they take from each other and how they filter down. Like D.W. Griffith was copying Charles Dickens or something, right? Like he was sort of absorbing that form from those novels, and that was informing his techniques with storytelling, editing, whatever, intercutting. And so something like Trollope, I really know nothing about. I confused it with Vanity Fair. Thackeray. Trollope is different than Thackeray. I think I maybe heard Matt Weiner of Mad Men talk about Trollope. But, you know, before there were fucking movies, and they could just compress the novel form into the film, this was the best they fucking had. This was goddamn Netflix. You know, this was season of fucking Downton Abbey. And so, I don't know, like, what a beautiful book. And I just love, I want a book this size. To me, like, I don't know, I'm obsessed with compact but thick. And, you know, I'd love it if I lived in a world where I could get completely absorbed in this and just, like, drill through it and be page turning and shit. But I think, you know, reading is not automated. You know, films are automated. And you have to work, you have to concentrate, you have to maintain your focus. This is fucking, so I picked this up because I thought it was all of the Barsetshire novels. I thought, oh, sick. This is like a compact volume and it's got all 6 of them in one book. This will be the perfect thing to sort of have, you know, not necessarily that I'm going to read the whole thing, but like, recently, I've just been having, you know, like I've got these in-ear notebooks. I've got a lot of books that I'm just kind of like reading, picking in little passages from. I'm not, you know, am I ever going to read this whole fucking book? Like, who lives in a world who has time for that? You know, it's just like we are whipped by capitalism. It's just like, and what do you mean, antisocial? How are we going to create a life where you can read this book? You know, it's like that's a whole economic, you know, moral question. But I just thought, what a beautiful volume, and like, you know, even by having the book around, you know, I can flip through it, I can read whatever interests me, and I can, you know, maybe I'll get ideas about, and it's a window into the fucking past. Like, what the fuck were they doing? Like, Trollope influenced Dickens, he influenced, you know, this was popular shit. And so it's like, it's filtered down through all of this other stuff, Henry James, or, well, I don't even know, Edith Wharton or Willis, you know, there's all these novelists that copied all these other novelists who copied these, and the filmmakers copied them, and the TV people done. So it's like, you know, why not go back, you know, I heard somebody say how a book, this, right, we're on this crux where it's like literacy, what the fuck is the point anymore? It's becoming like a luxury good. And so, you know, you have this fantasy, like I'm going to be able to read all this shit, or like I have time for this, or I heard somebody say that a book is a way of like going inside somebody's head and like going through history, being able to do that, and being able to like hear firsthand somebody's thoughts like down through the era and things like that. And I think that is kind of a miraculous facility to, like, you know, it's kind of this weird, like as an adult, that feels like kind of surreal to me, that like I can pick up this goddamn book and like, and I'm not exactly sure how it's going to be different, and is it even going to make any fucking sense to me? Like, did they talk the way that we talk? Was the world, is it going to be relatable at all? Is it going to be different everything, different name of everything? And I love this. I love any fucking series of books where they can construct like a fictional map. This is the boss Shire. You know, like Yaknavatawa County, the portable Faulkner from Viking had a map of Yaknavatawa County in the fucking volume. It's like, they just got that from the stories. That's world building right there. And so, you know, like a lot of people, we buy more books than we read, but, you know, even if you read a little bit of it, and get it, like I got Manhattan Transfer, am I going to read this whole book? Like, probably not, but like, I can pick it up, and it's weird to see this, like, that's as close as we have to, like, you know, a fully formed picture of what life may have been like at that time. The way people talked, the way the city looked, you know, and the idea with novels, I think, this is something Samuel R. Delane said, was like, it's a way of portraying, like, the society, the systems that the people move through. A big novel can be working at that level, where it's like it's showing you the city or this particular. It can do a lot of. It doesn't have to do that. It can dial in on stuff, but you know, these are the ideas that I'm thinking in terms of with my poetry, right? In poetry, it's like you're always supposed to dial it down to this little publishable half page or whatever. And I don't know, it's fun to think about it more as kind of like, I don't know, this big epic narrative, or, I mean, look at this fucking, you know? But is this poetry? You know, what is the difference? Where, on the following morning, Mr. Plantagenet Palliser was off on his political mission before breakfast. So I don't, you know, things like this are disappearing, but, so I thought this was the whole fucking Barsetshire novels. And so after you know, it's a heavy, thick-ass book. After I took it, I look at it, I see, this is book 5th of 6. So there's 6 of them that are this long. This is just one of 6. So it's like, this would probably take me, you know, let's see, it's 650 goddamn pages. You know, it would take me a couple months probably to read, realistically, you know. And that's like if I read nothing else, probably, and was reading, you know, on the train and whenever I could get time. And it's just like, who the fuck has time for that? You know, like, I'd love to have time for that. I'd love to have space for that. I'd love to be able to live 100 lives, so I could do that. And who's doing that? How can we make that experience work now? You know, because I think we do have this romantic notion of like, we'd like to get away and get caught up in, you know, I'd love it if some novel that was this long was the greatest thing I ever read, and I just didn't want to put it down, and it told me everything that I ever wanted to hear about life. Is anybody writing that book? So yeah, I got, you know, the 4th of 6. So it's like, is that even, I got to read the other 3 or 4 first? Whether it's going to make any fucking sense, or, you know, we're moving into this, like, what are they, super intelligence, you know, where it's like we have externalized, maybe that'll help us read faster. Maybe then we'll be able to read all the books that we want to read, but in any case, I doubt if I will ever read this book, but it's interesting to just pick it up and, you know, dabble in it, dip into it a little bit here and there, and just see what life was like. You know, well, that's the other thing I feel like I'm learning from watching all these movies, where it's just like, you know, a lot of times you don't have to see the whole fucking movie. Like, did it really matter that I didn't see all of No Holds Barred? Like, you know, can kind of tell what it's about. It wasn't worth seeing the whole fucking movie, to be honest. Did I miss the best part? Maybe. I'll probably see it again someday. Like, you shouldn't deny yourself reading a part of the book just because you're not going to read the whole thing. You know, like, I'm better off because I read little parts of these Annie or No books. Am I going to read all of these novels? Like, no. There's probably a lot in there that's boring that I wouldn't even want to fucking read. And so, like, I guess I'm making compromises with the material, but life is too goddamn short, and you know, I sort of do believe in bibliomancy, where like a lot of times when I read a book, I'll scan through it, the things that I wanted, that I need. I'll find the parts that I need, the things that I really, that speak to me, that have relevant information to me. I usually find those parts, and then when I take the book home, if I read the rest of it, I'm like, I didn't need any of that. I already got the parts I need. I picked them as I was scanning the book. I'm not advocating to read every book like this. Like, part of reading, right, is like the concentration and shit, but, you know, if you miss 40% of the book, you're going to forget it anyway. It's better, so like, okay, this book I've been checking out, The Years. Do people know about this? Any or no? Actually has an Any or No box set. It's like fucking, it's like the Eric Romer DVDs. It's like Criterion Collection, which I'm sure was like their motto. Look at that, super feminist, super powerful. I mean, it's dope, it's amazing. She was in some class at Columbia. They have an area of class. She hated it, she didn't read it. And so she just had it sitting here. And so I picked it up one day just to check it out because she won the fucking Nobel Prize. I'd never read any of the books. And, you know, to be honest, I related to it because a lot of it is like snippets and like diaries. It's like these kind of entries. It's not, you know, some kind of, it's not this, you know, it's not a 650 thick ass novel, which is just a narrative. You know, this is the way they had of delivering the narrative, you know, 150 years ago. Now it's like we have goddamn Netflix and 1, 2, 3 movies and Tubi. You know, it's like you can liquefy and hyper ingest these narratives now. And if that's all the fuck they are anyway, I mean, why do you have to read it? Like, there's more interesting stuff I think you can do with writing than just like plot and narrative. Like in a movie, it's like that's what you can do. But anyway, so this book, I don't know, I just started to pick a bunch of them and just kind of read them at random. And it's like, I get why she won the Nobel Prize, because it's like it's about a woman's experience. It's basically her whole life, you know, through these kind of fragments. But the books all have kind of different, like this one is pretty remarkable. I think based on the blurbs and shit, it seems like it's probably the most famous book or renowned or something. It's, I have, like I said, I skipped over a lot of the parts, but it's like, it's interesting because it's sort of, I don't know if it's an autobiography, but it's like, it's talking about this character or whatever and her life, but it does so concurrently talking about just sort of the way that everyone in society was moving through those years as well. So it's like, or at least, you know, someone of her experience. So it's like, you know, in the early 50s, she's talking about we all had James Dean posters or this and that. We listened to this and but also political stuff, talking about, it's almost like we didn't start the fire or something. I know that sounds kind of cheesy, but like, it's so truthful and it's so like accurate. But it's easy to read, you know. I think that's one reason. This is almost like Mouse Guard or something, where it's like this box set is almost like binge watching. It's like it's all these different movies by the same author that you can actually kind of get through because they're not 600 pages, they're 100 pages, or they're 80 pages, and they're journal entries or they're diary type things. So it's like they're kind of brief, or they're kind of like just the best parts. This one is more thicker, and so she goes through the decades, right? And so it's fascinating for me to read how she encapsulates. It's almost like an omniscient narrator, like almost like Ashbery or something. But it's very factual and it's very historical. And it's almost like a sociological, readout of everything that happened. The body, whose fitness was maintained through jogging, gym tonic, and aerobics, its inner purity with avian water and yogurt, pursued its voyage toward assumption. So this is about the 80s, and everybody was suddenly, and it's weird how our culture does. We do have these things that as a group, it's like, this is what we're doing now. We're doing Pilates, we're doing soul cycling. This was like aerobics, right, at that time. The Vietnam War ended. So much had happened in our lives since it began that was part of our existence. Days Sayonfeld, we realized that we'd never believed in America. So it's like, she reads this historical stuff, talks about 68 a lot, the strikes, development and obviously birth control, abortion, sexual dynamics. It moves through those kind of societal, and I think as you get older, you see that those things are constantly changing and that do affect your life, but also they change and they change back and they change again and they come back but then there's also a narrative that weaves through that's like her and her kids, and it's more kind of sustained. I skipped over those parts. I was more kind of into just the amazing way that she kind of like succinctly encapsulates all of this history, but through these beautiful sentences with economy and elegance. I don't know. I'm having this battle in my head. Am I like meant to do prose? What is the difference? What is the difference between prose and poetry? Like this is different than Ashbery. This is different than the system, or whatever it was, 3 poems, the system. But there's things that it also shares. I mean, this is a novel. It is meant to be readable. It's meant to be narrative, understandable, I don't know, moving, legible. For me, part of poetry is like resisting legibility, having a narrative, but like not being obsessed with it, letting it happen in a more interesting way, letting it be non-consecutive, non-linear. Let the past, the future, the now all kind of jump around and overlap, just like they do. And you can do that in a novel, but like in a novel, it's like the reader's meant to kind of be with you at all times. I don't know. Part of what I like about poetry is like, and this is sort of like this. I picked up this Artaud book, Artaud, Poet Without Words. A lot of Artaud's shit is just about how language fails us, and the signs and symbols are kind of the corruption of the actual shit, and all literature is shit, and trying to figure out how to make a poetry that's sort of not made of the same thing, it's made of more abstract, it's more visual, it's not made of reflection, which is sort of not real, not happening now. So I don't know. Poetry is sort of a Bartleby space of resistance, space of fuck you, I don't do what you tell me, or it's also a space of frustration, of not being understood. I don't know. That's part of what I'm going through right now, which I just feel like I'm just not connecting with audiences. Like my poetry stuff. doesn't really, well, I've just been sort of divorced from whatever effect it had on me. I'm so isolated that I've sort of lost track of whatever connect. That's why I started just giving my books away. It's just like I just need to have this feeling that my poetry actually like is connecting, existing with people, because I've lost sense of just like it just feels like I'm bad at it. You know, I just feel like I've been on the stage for 10 years, and what I'm starting to realize is like, you know, you have to do something that people like, or else, you know, you're just, that's how you get booked on stuff. Is like if you do something people like, they'll ask you to perform. And I've been avant-garde and trying, like I said, with all this stuff to be anti, I don't know. As a way, I don't know, to just do it impulsively. To just do what works and get it done and do it now and get it out there. You know, I'm not going to be held back in my poetry by editing or punctuation or thinking about it too much. I'm just going to do it. You know, or with comedy, right? I'm just going to do it. I'm just going to get up and do it. With this, you know, I don't necessarily have a total plan with all of it, but it's just like, you know, my numbers on this have gone down a lot. I'm getting way less views. No one's coming to this shit. I mean, the open mic is still popular, but it's like, you know, couple this with the fact that like I'm seeing Ashley, her kind of ascendance at the same time. Like she comes home yesterday, she's like, SUNY Perch is going to teach her book. Somebody at SUNY Perch is teaching Ashley's book, and they want her to come in. It's like, that's awesome. You know, like I'm glad for her, but it's like, none of it is rubbing off on me. You know, it's like I'm not, my shit is just like disappeared. You know, it's like I don't have, and like I always believed in Ashley's book. I knew it was going to be a classic. You can tell just by looking at it. It's like a classic. Because it's actually fun to read. Unlike most books. I mean, she's doing both. She's writing at a very high level, and it's also very fun. Fun sounds like kind of an under compliment, but like by that I just mean like it's like what Eileen Miles said. Like they just kept going back and reading it because it's hard. How do you get somebody to do that with your book? You know, a lot of poetry you pick up and there's just no way in at all. You pick it up, you look through the pages, and you're just like you're waiting for any kind of line to reach out to you. And there's just no way in. It's just boring. Most people probably read that way. They read poems linear. They want something that's like an emotional reading card. You know, in like a short half-page space. Ashley stuff hits you over the head all these different ways. So, like, you know, she deserves it. I'm not saying that, but it's just frustrating because it's always kind of been this way for me. And what does that mean? You know, am I just bad? Am I lazy? Am I undisciplined? Am I cheating? Am I trying to take shortcuts? One of the things I read in this book, so this book has been really speaking. So they had it and I got it. It was there and I got it. It is water damaged, but, and one of the things in the book that, I mean, this book is just speaking directly to me. One of the things in the book was, Vern Mayer talks about how she was sort of ribbing Bob Holman because they worked in the office together because he got 20 readings that year and she only did 3. And she says she was playing it off as a joke, but she was secretly like, you know, infuriated. I forget the word. You know, awesome. And so, you know, it's like, you know, Burnett Mayer is probably, you know, the best poet of that era, I would say, and the fact that she wasn't getting readings, you know, I just leave that. So anyway, this, you know, these are letters they wrote back and forth to each other. It's a thick book. I think it's Lynn and Jennings Press. I do not like the title. But I mean, basically, it feels like Bill Burton is just flirting with Burnett Mayer the whole book. And it's written around the time, it's like early 80s. So it's written around the time Burnett Mayer was the director of the Poetry Project. And so it's got some interesting insight into that. Talks about, you know, how they gave Eileen Miles advice because Eileen Miles was the director and blah, blah, blah. And so it was weird that, you know, picking up this book, it felt like very connected to my job and my world right now because, you know, Burnett Mayer is talking about Eileen Miles, you know, sort of advising and conferring with Eileen Miles about working at the Poetry Project, and there's all this stuff in here about working at the Poetry Project. And then there's also this stuff about Dennis Cooper in here, who was around New York at that time. And so those figures, in turn, you know, Eileen Miles and Dennis Cooper, among others, have been very present at feeling and influential, it felt like. The administration that I've worked under at Poetry Project felt like it was more influenced by those eras, you know, the Eileen Miles tenureship and Dennis Cooper, and looking for, you know, space and lineage and programming from the project's history that was more reflective of contemporary times, you know, more multicultural, more diverse, more woke, right? And so I would say in the 80s, you know, particularly when Eileen Miles was the director, it was very, you know, Tim Dugos worked there. There were gay men. There were, you know, Patricia Spears-Jones. There was diversity. There was queerness. It felt like the moment that we were in was sort of like a rhyme with that, or had a resonance with that. And when also those people were present, you know, not necessarily in my life, but like they would come in, they would give advice, they'd be involved with the events, and I think the people that worked there were also trying to honor them back and those people. And so you know, it's just one of those things where it's like, yeah, you know, it's the book that you need at a certain time. And you know, it's weird because this was published in 2006, but there's a lot to speak that's very contemporary. Throughout the book, they are writing these questionnaires and answering each, you know, so it's epistolary, it's letters, but it's this back and forth kind of chess game. And they have these, so I can go see Sam Shepard's new play, True West. Sometimes it's hard to tell. Okay, this must be Bill. Must be going to see it. So he lived in Bolinas. She lived in New York. And so this was the best way they had to, you know, before email and shit, this was the best way they had, or soon. You know, this interior monologue kind of, with the novels. But people are, you know, I guess email is how people do that now, but so it's got these questionnaires throughout the book that you can do at home, or some of the stuff about dentists, which of course is super relevant to me. I'm always, that's one of the things I love most about Vermeer's work is how much of it is about teeth and dentists. Just the aura of that, dentist fiction, this whole thing. Okay, so here's some of the questions. Third series of questions from Bernadette. You think dental hygiene is sexy? What about haircuts too? Does the thought of imminent war between the United States and Russia make you feel more scared? What about faithfulness? Yeah, he's flirting with her the whole time. What do you think about the poets in the school program? If you were called on to teach poetry writing to third graders, how would you do that? And Bill Bergson is a total, I wouldn't say he's a sexist, but like he's not like woke. Most of the authors he talks about, most of the art he talks about are guys. He barely mentions women. He doesn't really mention non-white people. Not that, that was, that just probably wasn't a big part of his. You feel bound by the language you write in to living in a particular place, e.g. America, the East Coast, New York, everything. The thing that I noticed is Bernadette Mayer doesn't like answering the questions as much. She likes asking questions. Bill Bergson likes mansplaining and like this, running his fucking mouth. Whereas Bernadette Mayer just kind of like sit back and watch the man do poetry. What would you think if we went to live in Greece? You like Henry James? What are some questions you would like to ask Rudy Burkhart about his photographs? He loves Rudy Burkhart. He keeps talking about Rudy Burkhart's films. You like Jackson Pollock's paintings? Which paintings come to mind when you think of them? How would you describe the character of Jasper John? What do you think jealous fantasies imply about our feelings for marriage? Is true love humiliated by jealousy? How discouraging? What do you think were Thomas Wyatt's feelings for Anne Boleyn and hers for him? There's a lot of fucking questions. And it's sort of like a poem, it's like you don't have to answer all of them. Do you believe in life insurance, health insurance? Have you ever written a will? Do you think of writing as essentially a physical activity? How do you feel about children watching television? So, I don't know. It's just a very rich book. I like these kind of books. I mean, is this, it's not a book of poems, it's not a novel. It's a collaboration. It's, but these writers are always conscious of making beauty out of every letter they can, out of every syllable. I mean, they're poets, so this is as much a part of their body of work in a way. Because they're always alive, they're always present, they're always sort of examining and cross-examining and microscoping into things and trying to uncover more and more detail and definition, more explanation. What advice do you have for running the poetry project? This is Bill Bergson's answer. He never was the director. I think he said something about how he wanted to be, and they didn't choose. Close it down for a year and give it some thought, question mark. Seems a sameness problem to this faraway mind. I hope I'm wrong for your sake. This is his advice. Show NET videotapes and outtakes from the 60s. Wayland, Snyder, O'Hara, Olson, Freely, Wieners are best. All men, all white guys. This is his advice. This is what coaching should do in the 80s. Don't hire Eileen Miles or any of those people. Get videotapes from the 60s of all these white guys. Available from SF Poetry Archives. Not even poetry project shit. Get the stuff from the San Francisco Poetry Center and show that. Complete Burkhart Movie Festival. That's a good idea. Lectures by John Bernard Myers, Meyer Shapiro, John McPhee, Hugh Kenner, Guy Davenport, Nico Callis, Ray Fetterman, Paulie Stevens, First Woman, Edwin Denby, Noam Chomsky, Francis Yates, Garrett Lansing, Charlie Rosen. Poetry reads by Kenneth Rexroth, Larry Eisner, William Bronx, Michelle DeGee, Francis Ponch, Alan Fisher, Ian Sinclair, John Benjamin, Samuel Beckett, John Thorpe, Ashbury to read poems by Maurice Pope, Devlin writing, Derek, Wheelwright, Schubert, Barker, et al., Wayland, Duncan. So that's almost entirely men. I think he mentioned one or two in that book. Lectures by John Bernard Myers, Meyer Shapiro, John McPhee, Hugh Kenner, Guy Davenport. Sort of the old guard of like avant-garde white guys. Black Mountain, Rex Roth. Was Rex Roth alive at this point? There's no way he was still alive. When the fuck did Rex Roth die? It had to have been 70. Did he live past the 70s? Maybe so. Yeah, so not the, that's how it was, I guess, Is Bill Burton canceled? There's poems in here. I mean, so it's fascinating to see the art that influenced them. I mean, part of the problem I have with poetry is it is just this like little world, and like that's all they care about. And so it's just like you're seeing the same names over and over and over again. And it's like nobody else exists. If you're not in that little group of 12 or 20 writers that's in your school and painters, if you're not Alex Katz or Philip Guston, it's like, go fuck yourself. Or Jasper Johns. It's like he doesn't mention Giorno. He doesn't mention any women, no black people. No Leroy Jones, no Ishmael Reed, no Sam Lerdeling. She says, Bernadette Mayer says something about Dennis Cooper at one point. It's not like disparaging. She makes a point to say that she's not picking him out, but it's a complaint that she has in general with the younger poets, where she talks about how Dennis Cooper is like in love with like basically like the plastic elements of our culture, like pop culture. And that's something that I would say that generation of writers that came in the early 80s, like David Trinidad or Amy Gertzler, that whole kind of like Beyond Baroque, there's a whole element of like pop culture, kitsch, camp, being in love with mass media. I don't know exactly, what Bernadette Mayer is referring to, but she's sort of complaining that because the way that she sees it, and I've always felt probably closest to Bernadette Mayer. This is one reason why I like those 60s second generation, because their politics, they're hippies basically, but in a good, in a good way, not like a privileged, like waspy Reagan, future Reaganite, but like, Bernadette Mayer is an advocate for universal basic income and rent control and all these type things. And Emma Goldman is like her favorite. Emma Goldman's at the top of every list for Bernadette Mayer. And Bernadette Mayer's very political. She talks about running for office, and I think the way she looks at being director is almost like being president. And so she looks at this sort of like love for corporate culture or the oncoming kind of like mass culture, mall culture, pop culture, MTV. She looks at it as kind of like it's all feeding the state. It's all evil, and so adopting it is not really, it's not good. I'm trying to find this quote. I don't, I don't want to misquote it or anything. Oh, here's a second. I feel now at age 37 that I resent having to hate my culture. And you really can't praise it at all, can you? The poets like Dennis Cooper, I don't mean to single him out, seem to have a kind of sleazy love of it, which makes me tremendously nervous because it is just on the border of some kind of evil that is greedy and abusive way of thinking and living. Doris Lessing implies that children are peevish because of the world they live in, no matter what their daily circumstances are. I believe that. Don't forget that the world as it is has also conceivably cheated us out of immortality, or at least out of being able to entertain that idea. So, they have a kind of sleazy love of it. I hate my culture, but they have a kind of sleazy love of it, which makes me tremendously nervous because it is, so she's saying, yeah, this culture is, and I relate to this because a lot of the culture that people have affection for, MTV, TRL, pop culture, music, Disney culture, it is like kind of insidious. And so to have this kind of ironic or not ironic, Britney, everybody loves Britney. And I don't blame Britney. Not that Britney is bad, but it's like Britney is not really the same thing as like even Nirvana, or the fucking, certainly not like the Beatles. Like it's like Pepsi. It's just not that that's what I can't put words in Bernard's mouth. But that being said, Dennis Cooper is like a huge influence on all the young writers now. The Sluts, even people not at the Poetry Project and everywhere else. Dennis Cooper has emerged almost as one of the most influential, I would say, because a lot of the stuff he wrote about, I don't know, has suddenly become kink or queerness or gay, or it's all kind of transgressive and I don't know, kind of frightening or something. People getting killed. I also wanted to read this I needed to read. Am I a member of the New York School? This is Bill Bergson asking Bernadette. Am I a member? Or wait a minute. No, this is Bill Bergson answering Bernadette. Bernadette's asking, am I a member of the New York School? Ted said at the Langston Street panel that anyone who wants to be a member of the New York School can be. So there you have it. You represent the Brooklyn branch, ? Almost, but not quite. New York School style, remember, is more like the Yankees. So Bill Bergson says it's more like the Yankees. Being in the New York School is like playing for the Yankees, the Bill Bergson. But according to Ted Berrigan, anybody can do it. And so I think Ted Berrigan could be. But anybody can be in the New York School. So I don't know. That's the kind of shit that it's amazing that they get this stuff into books because it's so specific and it's so I don't know. It's just like the nooks and crannies of the lore, but it's also it's equipment for reading that shit. Bernard Mayer only got 3 readings. Bob Holman got 20. Bernard Mayer only made 20 grand a year, right? They were never out for fame and fortune. They were just having a good time, drinking beer, writing, and they were Catholic, so that's probably part of it. So yeah, I think the Indiana knows stuff. It's easy to read. It's stylish. It is smart and deep. Stylistically, it's not the same as like Gail Scott or something. It's not Mike Harris. There's things about it that are like avant-garde. It kind of reminds me of like Paul Auster or something, or Lydia Davis, where it's like, okay, you can tell probably Leonard No has some kind of avant-garde, education or form or something. But like these books are like accessible, probably mass market big sellers, like Paul Auster. You know, Paul Auster started out in his first 10 years as sort of like an avant-garde poet, friends with Charles Bernstein and Ashbery, and translating French poetry. But then he became this sort of like big deal, like novelist all of a sudden out of fucking nowhere. And so his novels kind of have this avant-garde undertone, like that. He's really into that. Not that any or knows. But they just pretty much stuff back. All these billboards. Or white Dutch. This book was really good. 10 Bridges I Burned. Montez Propel. I did not get this at Swamp. This was on Ashley's shelf, but I do just want to talk about it because it's poetry and it gets like poetry, but it's also like very readable and like it's like a book of short stories or even a novel. Like it sort of has a narrative. I love that kind of stuff. And I think we live in an era of kind of like hybrid forms where it's like plays are like written like poems now. And why not write poems like novels? Like that Matt Ward book. It's like he's written a couple things that are like novels that are poems. Or even that Sheila Heti book, The Alphabetical Diary, that's almost like a book concept. And like a poem. But it's a novel, like fucking. So I mean, this just like you can tell it's sort of like I don't know, slam reflected, but it's very moving. It's very emotional, and it's very plain written. But like you can tell that the writer has like done all the homework about form and the page and punctuation and all of it. So it's got everything. It's like incredibly moving. And it works. That's the hardest thing to do. But it's also got all of the style you could ever want. And you could read this alongside, My Life, Lynn Hegenian, or Fast Speaking Woman, or Midwinter Day, or this would fit in completely with like avant-garde, Anna Wiener, or Tillman Goldsboro. This would completely fit in with any of that stuff. You could read this downtown, but it's also like, this could be fucking autobiography of Ren or something. Like the way it's published, I think it's FFG maybe, but it's like sort of more of a mass imprint. It's printed like a paperback. There's no fucking, not to bring this into it, but MCD or, not to bring this into it, but it's like something's not bad because it's woke, like woke is good. It's just when they try to like force it, and that's like the only thing, and they do it badly. Not that the intention of this book is to be woke or anything, but like, it's just a fucking great writing. This book slaps. I've got this. This is fucking Black Sparrow. This was at the goddamn book swap. See, it's just insane. Like, who would give it this way? I don't know. Poetry, Poets House Library Showcase, 1995. It sort of reminds me of that Robert Kelly book. I don't know. These old guys from the 70s. I think Clayton Edgeland, Robert Kelly, Ed Sanders, Jerome Rothenberg, they all kind of did translations. They all kind of like world culture poets. But they all kind of have this interest, and Bernadette Mayer, for that matter, have this kind of interest in like upstate. It's almost like anthropology or archaeology. It's almost like the New World. The New World, like, it's like shows the whole fucking history of the world, up to when the characters happen. Because they want to write about like the geology of the region and dinosaurs and the glaciers and all the the deep kind of history of the topography and the mud and the rock and the soil. That Robert Kelly book. It's got all the names of all the fucking like watersheds where this is kind of a similar thing where it's like, it's got this kind of weird, geological kind of epochal kind of like view, top down, under world arrest. He's talking about being under house arrest. But it's like being house arrest under world. We've all got house arrest. It's got a lot of Artaud references. So I had this weird kind of Artaud synchronicity shit. This is a little more pop. I can't say that I love it. It's a little too blue. But I feel like I'm too influenced by Blue. That's why I went into like this, this comedy club. I just feel like, I don't know, comedy kind of lays bare the exoskeleton of like your verbiage or something. What kind of slang you use. I try to be hip by like watching TikTok all the time and sort of like adopting colloquial modern terms of phrase like "ate left no crumbs" or "standing on business" or "cookie snatched at Valley." But it doesn't work. It's always agree with silence and like that's not good. I just won't say that. I think it's fun. That's why. I don't know. Just having a hard time connecting audiences. What does that mean? That just means I don't know. I don't know how to make it. I guess it takes patience and to be centered. Editing, like this. How many people? I got 3 likes. Not great, not terrible. My last stream, I did watch. Well, then I saw the watch hours. Like, nobody watched it. Click it and click out. Is anybody listening to this? I think this is educational. Ashley's teaching a fucking poetry class. What is yours? I'll get down. So this is the rest of it. On the San Diego Freeway, rising toward Mall Holland, as your notes of cobalt line. I think I remember Cecilia Buchanan talking about it. He published some mag Caterpillar, I think. I think I have translations he did of below. So he's in touch with like spanning Latin world, South America, world cultures. He did translation. I don't know if he was a professor or not, but he has more kind of like global consciousness. Oh yeah, I want to talk about prairie. Robert Bly's like that too. Robert Bly's interesting about because, well, like I said, the New York examples are so frustrating because they're kind of so elitist. And part of what I like about New York school is the form doesn't feel it. The form feels, at least when Ted Berrigan gets his hands on it. And to some degree, Burnett Mayer. I mean, Burnett Mayer was a Catholic school, and I feel there's a lot of erudition and elegance, and Burnett Mayer is kind of like, just like a perfect spinner of language. Berrigan is like the words are just perfectly chosen. Just good construction. It's like a contract. I'm more like a Johnny Appleseed. Just kind of keeps going. And, okay, so anyway, yeah, for Robert, so I'm, I don't know. The poetry world is, but I realize, like, I don't know, the poetry world is kind of where I belong. Even though there's kind of an insufferable arrogance and egocentric to poetry. Comedians, it's like, they are more of like, I don't know, convivial, not that you want to be around them. They're more fun when they're off stage. Talking shit. Nobody's watching. So anyway, fucking Prairie Home Companion. For whatever reason, it's on Tubi. I don't know why I decided to watch it. Maybe because of the P.T. Anderson connection. I just watched There Will Be Blood. I actually won't watch P.T. Anderson. So I have to like figure out how to sneak them in. So the idea with the Prairie Home Companion movie was that Robert Altman needed like the shadow director in case something happened. The insurance. They wanted like, so it's like this apprenticeship or this lineage, right? Where, I mean, P.T. Anderson and Wes Anderson, for that matter, really copied Altman. They really, I mean, they wanted that expanse. They wanted all those characters in that 70s kind of, searching kind of like this giant tapestry of this world, Nashville or whatever. 3 women, hyper stylized. He has a painter's eye. I would say Altman has this kind of, it's almost like Kandinsky, or it's just so animated, so colorful. The frame is just constantly searching. It's like panels of glass. The actors are so, all over the place. Interesting to look at. Costumes. It's just a big pageant. It's a big to-do. It's a big, lavish kind of, full of life. Just kind of brawn. Altman's a big guy. You just got the impression just like had a huge appetite. That's huge. I don't know anything about him, but his movies are massive, right? They're long, a lot of characters, big screen, performances, blocking, overlapping dialogue, weaving stories. So Wes Anderson and P.T. Anderson both. I mean, more in Tenenbaums. Tenenbaums is probably the most Altman like. I don't know if Wes Anderson's later movies quite. Maybe they're even more. I mean, French Dispatch, I was sort of Altman-esque. Grand Budapest Hotel, sort of Altman-esque. In any case, I remember when this movie came out. It came out when I was in college, and I remember just not getting that good of reviews. And I just thought, I think it played at the Drexel Grandview, and I just thought, I've never really seen any Altman films at that time. I did not watch Altman films in college. I couldn't get the DVDs. I think they maybe had Nashville at the library. For whatever reason, it just didn't really. Maybe because none of them were in the criteria collection. They were harder to get. I mean, maybe you could get Nashville, but like he made a lot of movies in the '80s that like, now you can find them on the internet, on any like OC and Stiggs and the health food one with Christopher Guest or Beyond. There, all these weird movies he made. Back then it was hard to. You could find like shortcuts and like the player. Or like, then he made all these fucking movies in the '90s, like Dr. T and the Women and Cookie's Fortune and Kansas City. You're like, okay, they're like Southern Belle, fucking wannabe, colorful, like a bowl of peppers, shortcuts, Huey Lewis, Jack Lemmon. I saw it. I didn't love it in college. I don't know what it was. It wasn't magical realism enough for me. It wasn't sweet enough. I just was wanted films that looked like Wes Anderson. I wish I had seen True Stories. True Stories looks a lot like the Wes Anderson. Everything is super square. In any case, I was blown away by the Prairie Home Companion. It was excellent. The critics really don't know what the fuck they're talking about because it was a great movie. I was shocked. I thought it was just going to be like they filmed Prairie Home. Or it's like, Woody Harrelson and John C. Reilly are cowboys. Like, I don't know. But, okay. They're going to sing. Like, why didn't they just get the people from the show? Like, this is kind of weird. Like I said, I wasn't really an Altman head or anything. And so the idea that it was his last movie or something, like I said, it got middling reviews from what I remember, and it was a movie about an NPR radio show. So you're just like seeing Kevin Kline as Guy Noir. I'm just like, it's gonna be fucking crazy. How wrong I was. It's an amazing. It's the perfect fucking thing for him because it's like a Wes Anderson thing where it's all in this theater, the Fitzgerald Theater. It's like this operation. Zissou, Garrison Keillor's the captain of the ship, and they get all these sound effects people in the band. It's amazing how he weaves the actual show with the movie stars, with Meryl Streep. He's able to weave Garrison Keillor and fucking all the people. And I remember Prairie Home Companion from when I was a kid. When I was in the Midwest on NPR on fucking Saturday, my dad used to listen to it when he was delivering flowers. I didn't know what it was. I thought it was boring. I didn't get it. I do remember my dad saying, where the women are strong, the men are good looking, and the kidders are all above average. I do remember that when I was a kid. Because my dad would deliver flowers once a week on Saturday. And so we listened to NPR the whole time. They played Car Talk, Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me, Prairie Home Companion. Maybe there was another show. Those are the ones I remember. And I never listened to Prairie Home Companion, really, I guess, to be honest. I mean, I heard Guy Noir and shit like that. It always seemed way too, branded in this corny Minnesota thing that, in a certain way you can relate to, or, it romanticizes the Midwest. I mean, I'm from Ohio. It's kind of like that. It's not like Scandinavian, desolate, dark. It's dark, but it's a different kind of dark. Ohio's a little more mellow. It's not quite as suicidal. I don't know. Ohio's the heartland. Minnesota, I guess, is like the Midwest. And, but, it's a state of mind. And old people like it. Boomers like it. The music is very nice. It's all those freaky fucking guys, they all like that old time shit. Woody Allen and Art From, Harry's Wig Off, they all like that 30s fucking. You sound like Randy Jones. All the music on Garrison Keillor's out there. Sounds like you've got a friend. Every fucking song they do. Buttermilk. Do people know what this is? I mean, Garrison Keillor got canceled as fuck. I still don't really know why. It seems kind of unknown. But Garrison Keillor really, I mean, now he's publishing, so I'm sure he's fine. But what I really listened to was Writer's Almanac. Writer's Almanac would come on around 3 p.m. every day. And so I remember Prairie Home Companion as a kid, but it kind of went over my head. My dad liked it because it's like weak. It's all like, it is about the rights, to be honest. It does have this literary, like Garrison Keillor had this kind of double life, right? Where it's like he published novels and short stories and shit in the New Yorker, like he's fucking John Updike of fucking Minnesota. But he's also literally got a live stream, you know, and it's certain, I mean, it's interesting because what's old is new again, right? Like radio is streaming. Streaming's not anything new. It's just live television. And so Garrison Keillor was writing an article for the New Yorker about, I don't know, the radio or some shit. And he said, well, let's just do that. So he started Prairie Home Companion in the 70s. Everything in the 70s was a marathon. They just had tons of time, tons of sex, tons of blow, poetry marathon, 3-hour-long movies. Let's put Garrison Keillor on the radio for 4 hours every Saturday. Singing, doing skits, doing bad jokes, having guests. So it's he was doing an article about the Grand Ole Opry. That's what it was. He was doing an article for the New Yorker because he was like a staff writer at the New Yorker. He had an office. Like, what a dope-ass life. Like, he literally had an office in New York City at the fucking New Yorker under William Shawn. And then he'd like fly to Minnesota every week to do his fucking live radio show on NPR and like sing fucking songs and like read his fucking writing. Pretty fucking dope. I saw Garrison Keillor on 7th Avenue coming out of the Christian Street 1 station. I think it may have been when I came to New York in 2020 in October, but it may have been 2021. It was fall, I think it was around Halloween. And I heard he has an office over there. Garrison Keillor has an office somewhere in the West Village, like on Hudson Street, Washington, way over by the river. Which I didn't realize he had such a, you know, he lived in New York and he has this kind of life, even though, you know, his whole shtick is about how he's this fucking kind of aw shucks Minnesotan, like, lifer or something. But it's like he lived in Europe. He fucking had an office at the New Yorker. He sexually harassed all these women. So he's problematic. Is he racist? Is there a racist Garrison Keillor sex tape? He got canceled. They canceled the fuck out of Prairie Home. That guy could still be on there. So I don't know. You know, it's a variety show. So it's sort of like the open mic. It's an interesting thing. I read he did a Paris Review interview. Him and George Clinton on stage at the 92nd Street Y. That's like nothing to Garrison Keillor. He like goes on tour and shit. Like how dope is that? Taking his fucking like live musical like literary reviews. So all these like fucking theaters and shit, getting all these smart people to come out. Listen to his erudite fucking witty jokes. Like he's a member of the fucking Algonquin Round Table. It's kind of corny. It is all about like Lake Wobegon and like, I don't know. I've never actually read it. Is he like Gene Shepard, kind of? They all kind of model themselves on Mark Twain, I guess. And basically, I guess he does. But he says he writes the fucking show for Prairie Home Companion on like Friday and Saturday. And it's one of those things, like it's ready because it's Saturday. When you listen to the old broadcast, it's like there's plenty of shit that's cringe. There's plenty of shit that you're like, you couldn't get away with it now. I don't know if people have a higher standard now, but it's like, it feels like you cannot get away with being boring or cringe. It's like, unless you're just on, people are going to click away. There's just too much competition. Everybody's your competition as a effective broadcaster. How many people have I clicked in and out? I can't get anybody to stay. You don't want to hear me fucking wax poetic for hours about Prairie Home Companion. Just offload everything I know about Prairie Home Companion. We start out with Hulk Hogan. I think it was Garrison Keillor, very problematic. I mean, I don't know. I'm not defending, but okay, so for the open mic, it's like I do a show once a week. It's live. It's in a theater, 4 hours long. Music, literature. It feels like, you know, and now so they made this fucking Robert Altman, right? It's an amazing film, amazing camera work, but it's completely like a swan song. That's kind of the beauty of it. The thing that really made the movie poignant for me is it's their last broadcast. So it automatically has this one time only. It's special because it's the last one. That kind of makes it. It's like this. I don't know. I'm a sucker for movies like that, like The Circus, Charlie Chaplin, similar thing. You know, these worlds vanish, right? Worlds appear, worlds vanish. Things that were Hulk Hogan, right, is dead. The world that he lived in and succeeded in is gone. Garrison Keillor, same thing. You know, the fair has moved on. There is no more prairie. And that's sort of what that movie's about. It's about death. It's about the end. And it does it in a beautiful way. It has a lot of joie de vivre, a lot of spirit decor. It was an amazing film. It was not at all like a lightweight mediocre thing. It was actually like a real. I was going to give it 5 stars, but I don't know. There was something like it's not as good as. But it's amazing they made a movie that good about that fucking radio show. You know, like what are the odds? Garrison Keillor, I think, wrote the fucking script. It's amazing it turned out as well as it did. You know, it's not like just like they filmed the fucking radio show. It's like it's really has meaning. Garrison Keillor, I think, is a good actor. Did I not say that? Is that? You know, I read some reviews that said the total opposite. That he was horrible. I don't know. I usually feel the opposite of what everybody else seems to be. So anyway, so yeah, the Writer's Almanac was on. It was a podcast. It was on NPR every day at 3. And I would listen to it in my Pontiac Phoenix on my way to college or whatever, way to class, as an aspiring young writer. You know, the appearance of anything literary in the culture. You know, at that time, we're still dominated by mass media, and those things still held power. So NPR, the fact that it had a writer, so Writer's Almanac, every day they did a short broadcast. It was usually like 3 to 5 minutes. And they would pick some notable birthday or literary event or whatever that happened that day, James Joyce's birthday or something was published, some court case, whatever the hell it was. And you give Garrison Keillor, give a little fucking 3-minute mini lecture about it. Is that bad? Should this guy got canceled? Let's take this guy out. Take him out, let's take Al Franken out, voiced on our own guitar. He's not a crackhead, you know, he's not redeemable. He needs to be canceled because if he smoked crack though, we'd forgive him. Only just smoke crack. Instead of being unwanted sexual staffers. Because all of those guys did. I mean, I'm sure Garrison Keillor had a lot of movies. He did that show every week with the same fucking theaters. Like, how does that work? Don't they get bored? It's St. Paul, Minnesota. There's not that many people that live there. They go there every fucking week, see the same shit. See him talking about little baby loves me, Bob, little Bob, hey Bob, little Bob, little Bob. So that kind of shit I want to incorporate into the open mic. Fake ads. There's little things in Prairie Home Companion that I'm like, yeah, we should do this. You know, we could do this. We could have little ads, little fake, whatever it is. How can we make it as, how can we weave the show together, make as much out of it as we can, make it special, make it topical, make it rusty, you have to be there. See, to fingerprint it, to timestamp it, to make it memorable. So yeah, Writer's Almanac. And then they read a poem every fucking day on the radio. This was probably the only poem you'd hear every day on the fucking radio, was at the Writer's Almanac. You pick a poem, here's some people would read it to you. His white ass, his white male cishet sexually harassing ass. And I remember this poem, Tony Hogan. This is one of the first poems in college that I remember really like tapping into. I'd always read poetry and like written poetry. I was trying. I read obviously beat stuff in high school, but also Keats, romantics. I like Blake, some Lord Byron stuff. We read Walt Whitman in high school, James Wright, The Branch Will Not Break. By the end of high school, in addition to Shakespeare and fucking John Milton, we read some of that. We read a lot of Keats. I think we definitely read Byron and Shelley stuff, I think, probably Endymion or Ozymandias, shit like that. She Walks in Beauty Like the Night. Classic pickup artist shit. However, Tony Hoagland was like a contemporary writer. What the fuck? Let me see if I can find this. Because it was totally romantic. It's almost like a slam poem. But I could see, okay, here. It's on Writer's Almanac. Unincorporated person from Lake Monmouth. Tony Almanac is like, here we go. Wind chime. This is a wind chime. She goes out to hang the wind chime in her nightie for work boots. It's 6:30 in the morning, and she's standing on the plastic ice chest, tiptoe to reach the frost porch. Wind chime in her left hand, hammer in her right. The nail grips tight between her teeth, but nothing happens next because she's trying to figure out how to switch number 1 to number 3. She must have been standing in the kitchen, coffee in her hand, asleep when she heard it. The wind blowing through the sound the wind chime wasn't making because it wasn't there. And this is like the book. No one, including me, especially anyone, leaves till death do us part. But I can see what I would miss in leaving. The way her ankles go into the work boots as she stands on the ice chest. The problem scrunched into her forehead. The little kissable mouth with the nail. It's reminded me of girlfriend. I can tell, as I'm reading this now, I'm completely picturing my front porch at my house in Grandview, and my girlfriend doing all of this stuff. It's like I would listen to this shit while I was driving. But I didn't know anything about poetry. Now, when I'm reading this thing about, but nothing happens next because she's trying to figure out how to switch number 1 with number 3. At the time, that didn't make any sense to me. I just thought, what is that? That's not, you can't write that way. That's like, it's not quite right. But now that I've read poetry for 20 years, that's the part that I'm like, oh, that kind of sounds like the way I write now. The way I write now is more like, this like builds, it's like that Derek C. Brown guy. I don't know. If you read this, I don't know if it works as well now. It's objectifying women. That's totally what it's about, is objectifying women. But it's romantic. I don't know. At the time, I thought this was really sexy. And I guess it probably, I don't think I memorized it, but I would listen to this with some regularity. I had the fucking episode like stayed. I think Tony Hoagland maybe got canceled. He may be sexually harassed once he went. I'm not sure. He probably did. I mean, reading that poem, I'm sure he's sexually harassed. That's why he got into poetry. So it's in her 90s for work, right? So it's like both. You can feel the 90s. You feel the hard nipples. It's 6:30 in the morning. Oh yeah, she's standing in the plastic ice. There's this weird like Christian thing that goes through it. You know, nailing the fucking beam or whatever. The cross beam of the porch. Tiptoe to reach the cross beam of the porch feels like very like Jesus coding and running. You know, there's this like erotic kind of like stretch. She's on her fucking tiptoes and the boobs or fucking titties or cleavage or whatever. It's my close reading of this poem now that I'm a real poet, I've got 20 years of pain. You know, like, I guess when I started writing poetry, I was trying to write, if you wrote this and read it at New York Poetry Festival, they'd probably like it a lot better than what I currently write. If I could actually write like this, it wouldn't be that hard to write like this. There are these metaphors that weave through it that are pretty simple, but like, that I sort of got at the time. That's why it made sense to me. I'm like, okay, I get this. I understand what this writing is trying to do. Like, it's sexualizing this chick, but in a really, I don't know, interesting way. 6:30 in the morning. It feels like it's humanizing, though. You know, it's not, at the time, you know, this was like an empowering version of a woman. It's like she's doing this herself. She is fixing the light bulb. She is nailing the fucking wind chime into the porch. She's got the nail gripped between her teeth. Oh, yeah. Grip me, baby. She's trying to figure out how to switch number 1 with number 3. Oh, I can help with that. She must have been standing in the kitchen. This also I didn't get. But I did get it because I understood poetry was about, like, negative space and the thing outside the thing, you know, the negative of the negative, like the space between the leaves, the silhouette inverted, or the empty between, you know, the sound the wind chime wasn't making because it wasn't there, but she hears it. There's still a presence, right? Even though the wind chime isn't there, she notices that it's not there, right? That I recognize, like, okay, that's a poetic detail. I feel like I could probably come up with something like that. I mean, that's why Tony Hoagland is kind of like a hack. He's kind of like the B grade Billy Collins. But I didn't know that at the time. Like I said, I heard this on fucking Writer's Almanac on a goddamn podcast while I was driving to see my hot ass girlfriend. You know, even though it's like a macho image, it's like it's still feminine and sexy. It's like Betty Draper. So I will get off pretty soon. I mean, people are on or off. Doing a close reading of Tony Hoagland. I don't know, it's a sort of a literary lecture, education, whatever. I've got a good eye for this shit. You know, I might not be able to pull it together, but watching a lot of these movies, like, it wouldn't be that hard to make a good movie. These movies are not that good. So even the good ones, something like a Robert Altman movie, you can tell, like, okay, this guy's got a lot of embroidery. There's a lot of embroidery. There's a lot of craft. The long takes, the camera moves, you know, that was before nimbles and drones and all that shit. The set dressing, you know, he's got all these personalities. You can tell he loves his actors. He's got this big Lily Tomlin and fucking Meryl Streep. He's a showman. and he goes out with a big, classy gap, to do. I think that's why, we need more of that. We need more people with style. We need people to be allowed to have style and cultivate their fucking style and have budget. Give the people with style budget. The little kissable mouth with the nail. See, there you go. You got that little kissable mouth with the nail. See, that encapsulates femininity, I guess. Or it's what I wanted to believe. It sounded good about women. Is that true? The little kissable mouth with the nail. Is that a dick? That's a phallic image? He's basically forcing himself on the reader and putting the nail with a kissable mouth. This is all going into testimony, okay? This is going into my, this is all evidence. This is all going into my lawsuit. Tony Hoagland sexually harassed me, and so did Garrison Keillor. They're like the Epstein and Trump, the writer told me. No one, including me, especially anyone, believes till death to this point. So he's a sleazeball. He's not trying to get married or anything. But I can see what I would miss in the evening. The way her ankles go into the work that she stands on the ice chest. It's like old-fashioned ankles. But ankles are nice. It's all nice. It's all nice. Okay, we can objectify anything. The problem, structure is, I don't know, it's just kind of I guess it's making cuteness out of like her trying to do something that the guy can do. Look at her. Look at her trying. She's standing there tiptoes in her little boots. And her nightie. Hot. I'm just going to stand here and watch this. And it's got coffee in it, the morning calm, the coldness. It reminded me of Ohio. I've not really been exposed to, that's working class shit. That's real meat and potato shit. Okay, game charm. So, yeah, I was trying to learn. I didn't know, I don't know. Like I said, I read things. Poetry does just bend your mind. So vivid or oblique. When you're first experiencing it, too, it's almost like your tolerance has built up or something. But it's just like those James White homes, look at those Walt Whitman homes. Nice. People come and go from rooms, selling it for people, whatever the fuck that is. It's very drab. I don't know. It's kind of funereal. It's very severe. It's like wine. It's like drinking alcohol with it. Ugh. Way too bitter. It's too real. But after years and years and years, you develop a palate and see what the fuck is going on. Oh, one thing that happened at the book sale, there was this book that Ashley wanted. But so this guy comes up and picks it up and he's like looking at it. And he asks her if she wants it, and she says, she's kind of like, she's shy, so she doesn't really say anything. So the guy took the book and put it in his bag. So now she's mad at me because she wants me to get the book. He's like, why didn't you get the book? And so like now I have to go over to the guy and be like uncomfortably like ask him, hey, my girlfriend actually does want that book. Give it to her. So we see him, and he gave a book to a little kid that out of his bag that asked for it. So I'm like, he'll probably give it to him, like ask. So I went over and asked him. I thought it was such a weird thing to go over and ask this guy, hey, can you give my girlfriend that free book? So this is it right here. You wanted this fucking book for some guy. Got it. So I had to go over and leave it. It just felt like she wanted me to prove. Sometimes you just gotta prove to women that you're not a pussy, and that you're willing to jump through hoops. what else do we need to talk about to wrap up? Okay, so yeah, we didn't even talk about the shooter guy. I mean, there was a mass shooting in New York. And what I'm seeing through my conspiracy theory channels is, well, they're trying to pin it on the NFL. They're trying to say this guy at CTE, he's going to the NFL fucking whatever, stay off there or something, because he was disgruntled. But so he took the wrong elevator. How did he even get on the fucking elevator with the fucking cell phone? Because there's usually a desk person. I've been over there tons of times. Like, I've live streamed. Like, to be honest, it doesn't worry me. Like, I want to believe that is a cover-up. Like, I do kind of tend to think that, like, maybe he did intend to, because this woman who died was some kind of super high up at Blackstone or BlackRock, wherever it is, which we've talked about. Everybody knows about it. I talked about it on here a lot. They're private equity, right? So there's been a slowdown in the real estate market where, like, during the pandemic, everybody had all this cash, so the market was insane. Now there's been a slowdown among regular people buying houses, so there's been an uptick in private equity, Blackstone, BlackRock, whatever, buying. And the problem is when these private equities get involved with the market, they start to set the prices based on their fucking algorithm. That's why it costs $1,000 a month to live in rural Oklahoma now. Because private equity bought, maybe not everything, but enough of the decisions started to be made by the algorithm and whatever data points the supposed analytics are feeding to the landlord. Landlords go, oh fuck, I can actually get 1,000 for this, 1,300. Whereas before I was only getting 600 or 400 or 500. You know, it was pretty normal to be able to find a room in New York for 800 or 900, I'd say, up until the pandemic. That wasn't like, now it's like, you'll be hard pressed to find anything under 1,000 or 1,100. And so, I mean, is there a reason? If these are targeted towards, I mean, I think that's the way that we should read it anyway. You know, I mean, especially now, especially in the wake of the big, beautiful bill, people losing their Medicaid, whatever, their SNAP, the way that they're forcing us into this rent-to-own lifestyle or just renting, subscription-based lifestyle. We see this happening before our very eyes. We see that it's become unaffordable for us. They want us addicted to our phones. They want us, they want us just raise the prices on fucking every goddamn thing. Now there's these fucking tariffs. That's just another way of raising fucking prices. Supposedly that's the news that came out today. Is now the economy is starting to feel the effect of the tariffs. And they said just erased all the profits of the auto industry. And so, what do you think is more likely? The auto industry is going to raise their prices, or they're going to make manufacturing? They're probably just going to raise their prices and pass it along to the tariff. So I don't know. I mean, what choice do we have? If these executives should be fucking scared. What are we supposed to do? Everybody's like, eat the rich, eat the rich. There's already more wealth inequality than there was fucking Marie Antoinette France. And so what the fuck? I mean, why don't we? At least somebody's taking action. What are we supposed to do? They're going to make protesting illegal. I mean, I think their plan, right, is at some point in the near future, they could have an AI security force, a robot security force, and basically a robot labor force. So what do they need? We have no power. We have no labor power, right? By creating a robot labor force, human beings will have no bargaining power because they won't need our labor. And if they have robot police that will just do whatever they say, what the fuck are we going to do about it? There's not really a whole lot we can do. It just feels like the world is advancing towards, a complete eradication of our rights and our choices, quickly. The AI thing seems like a threat as much as anything. Oh, how many videos you see? The next 5 years are going to transform. It's going to run back in guys. You're not even, 5 years from now, you won't even fucking believe it. And like, okay, I guess, maybe that's true. I went to a fucking talk in Silicon Valley in 2017, they were saying the same shit. Like, it's been 8 years now. I mean, there's certain things, yeah, we have AI slop, we have law, whatever the hell that is. I mean, I have started to increasingly rely on AI search results, I hate to say, because it's just the quickest way to get like the question answered. To me, like AI has taken over the point of like Reddit or something. I like if I need to know, like what movie was somebody in or something. It's just like I'll just ask the AI. Or it's just like that's the thing I'll look at. It's at the top. Maybe, who knows? It doesn't seem like in a good way. It's hard to imagine positive outcome, even in the remote future. I mean, I guess with the pandemic, we did see how quickly things can change if we do just cut everything off. The world can, sort of heal. So, suppose if there were to be some kind of cataclysmic mistake that just scares the shit out of everybody into coming to their senses about fascism and electing these assholes and maybe there could be some kind of super hard pivot, a better life for everybody. That's possible. I think that's what everybody's secretly wishing when they're talking about accelerationism. They feel like this is just it's like some kind of rip the Band-Aid. They think it's like ripping the Band-Aid off, but it's no, it's probably more like doing some kind of really horrible basic parts of cutting off of it. I think you really want to do something not just like a Band-Aid. And the people that are gaining power and the systems that are gaining power, whether it's Twitter or AI people, crypto people, these things that use tremendous amounts of electricity and natural water, they're all kind of dark, ominous. We don't even know, it seems like it's our obligation to invent them and pursue them for whatever reason, capitalism, the death cult, or just we can, so we will. We all know it's a competition. If something we don't do it, somebody else will. And there just don't seem to be the people equipped to moderate it into something sane. You know, who are the heroes? Who are the people that are going to be the greatest generation? Who have the character to guide us to something better? You know, they're not Peter Thiel, it's not those people, not Curtis Yarvin, it's not Elon Musk, it's not any, it's not Zuckerberg, it's not Bezos, it's not Tim Cook, not Donald Trump, not J.D. Vance. Maybe it's AOC, maybe it's Bernie. Well, Bernie's out, probably. It's Pete Buttigieg. But, well, why isn't there a general strike? You know, that's something reading these Annie Arnaud books for years, woven throughout is all these strikes. She talked about this was the last major strike of the century. The city was paralyzed with a transit strike, buses weren't moving, no one was going to work, you know, the class structure had dissolved. The spaces were all just like, they were no longer cordoned off to their purposes, they were just like egalitarian social spaces where bankers, everybody could sort of socialize. You know, whenever there's like an emergency or, you know, some kind of like society cataclysm, 9/11, you know, that's when people sort of, there's a blackout, people kind of reconnect, become more friendly, neighborly. You know, the phone has just got people so they can just call up anything they want. They don't really have to be convivial or social. They can just be alone, isolated. And, you know, they think they're getting whatever they want. They think they're safe. So it's weird because it's so precarious, right? Like everything being built on the internet, being built on tech. Maybe we do need a snake-less electromagnetic fuck the whole thing up. You know? If it's a way of divesting these people of their power, I mean, I guess what if the internet died, or let's say the election. This is something people talk about sort of regularity. Is like how weak the grid is in the United States, the electrical grid, how vulnerable it is. You know, if they really wanted to fuck us up, hackers, whatever, could just hack our electrical grid. It's already practically archaic, just like everything else in infrastructure. So it's precarious. And yet, simultaneously, they're building all these fucking data centers, and they need more electricity and water and shit to power the AI. Crypto doesn't do anything but consume shitloads of electricity. You know, it's literally like useless. It doesn't have any functional purpose, but at the same time, it requires shitloads of electricity and water. The power of whatever the blockchain, or I don't know what the fuck it is. I saw something, whatever, crypto, whatever the hell it is, machines, AIs using as much power as human beings are in Wyoming. And so how can they keep steering us so hard down that road when at the same time climate change is accelerating? How are we going to, this is why they want these like nuclear reactors and shit. They want to get their hands on the government so they can deregulate the EPA or whatever, so they can build these like miniature nuclear power plants for crypto, for Logan Paul's crypto venture, or Trump, or Shibu Inu, Shih Tzu, Pomeranian, Poodle. This has been an epic broadcast. I just had to get it all in. You're on the hand line. Not that anybody would stay with us. I did get 4 months. I don't know. I wouldn't even know how to meet up. You know, how can I write a Tony Hogan style? I bet if I could write like Tony Hogan, they'd like it. You know, or fucking frequent. I wish I could write like Tony Hogan. Not. I want to write a, well, my poetry is like a big poem now. It is like a song, but it's a poem. So it continues progressing its language of the time and fluid into my experience. Different thoughts. If that's what writing is, it's thought. I really want it. That's my point. Trying to write thought down. Just get it down. How it actually sounds. How the mind sounds. We talked about right. Yeah, I don't know. For the longest time, I didn't really worry. Well, it's not that I wasn't connecting with audience. You know, like every time I read, I would have people come up to me and say they liked it or whatever. That is sustaining. That's all you have. You know, I don't know. I mean, there's just, it's crazy, but the way I live my life is just like that's so unprofessional or something that just like, it's amazing seeing how much Ashley accomplishes. Because in a certain way, the way I look at myself is I haven't started yet. I feel like I'm still learning. That's why I'm reading all this stuff, watching all these movies. I'm in this constant state of like, oh, I'm not ready yet. I'm still learning. Even when I'm writing, it's like, oh, I'm writing is like practice for like, when I'm actually going to be able to write something. Not that it's not that I don't think my writing is good. I do. But it's frustrating and like, your ego is just like humiliating. You have this success and so much of your identity is wrapped up in like books and reading and going to bookstores, being an English major, all of these fucking books around, spending time reading. And knowing more about it than a lot of people. I mean, I know a lot of fucking stuff. I've taken a look at a lot of stuff. If there's something out there, or at least, I was such a nerd about it. That's why it was so humiliating to be like a failure at it. Because it's like, God, I poured so much time and energy and years of my life into this, and yet somehow I'm still like, uh, you know, not being able to win over these rooms or get people to take it. It's not easy for me to get features or, and so what does that mean? Is it me? Is it them? What is it? Where do I go? Because I love doing it. And like I said, I've been put in this lifestyle that like, I can't really connect with what power I do have. So my life as a poet in particular, I've sort of sublimated my own life to Ashley's, to sort of like be beneath her success. Whatever success I could have had in the last years, and I could have, like I was definitely poised to like go out and read and be a part of magazines and shit and be involved with the local scene. But I sort of got into this other thing where I'm like very isolated. But I'm proud of the readings that I have done. I've done a lot of stuff. And in a certain way, I've been existing as a poet in a more thriving way than ever, because it's like, I'm having conversations with heroes and reading in front of them, and they like it, and blah, 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 or hanging out with them, or, so it's like I'm finally kind of starting to get where I want to be in a way, but it's also like I'm realizing how much of it I don't have and I wasn't even focused on, like this whole thing about publishing or getting accepted into journals and things, but also like being on a career path as a professor and shit, like I've got a lot of resentment, I think, because, I look at it like my parents, it's like I'm somebody with a lot of experience in my field and expertise, and I'd like to think talent. But there's people who are 22 years old who go to MFA programs and, they kind of get spoiled where they get jobs, they travel, they might even be in a funded program, they can buy a house. They're not in New York necessarily, they're in some small town, whatever, in some university across the country, but, I guess I have a chip on my shoulder about being like a failed, because I like being in college. I like being an English major. I was good at it. So it's frustrating to feel like people have passed you by. But I also feel like I've taken the high road, or I've tried to, based on whatever I could do. I'm an autodidact. I thought that was an honorable thing to do, to learn from books in bookstores firsthand. That's just what I was drawn to. Even though I went to college and I learned a lot there, I never went to grad school, but I figured out my way into poetry through just doing it and finding books, tracking one thing to another, and starting to go to readings, starting to go to open mics, carving a whatever place for yourself that way, just through sheer, putting yourself out there. When you're putting yourself out there as an artist, a lot of people don't want you to do it, or they don't look at it as legitimate, or they're not interested, or they don't help you. They don't reach out. And, I'm not motion wrong or something. Like, I don't have an actual ability to just, like, break people's hearts or anything. So I've tried, I've had to learn a lot of tricks. I've had to learn every trick in the book to figure out. But like I said, I follow my ideas and my process, and I believe in it. But the other thing is, it's been a blind spot of mine to not have participated in like the publishing side of things. I don't know what I thought was going to happen with readings. I think with readings, I got into this idea that like I need to be in live space, live performance. That became like practice that I could understand, this, like going out to clubs or whatever, or playing gigs. Like I can go to open mics and like that's like going to the gym, or that's a practice. It's giving me an outlet. Like even when I wrote short stories and stuff, I didn't really send them out. Like I guess I didn't know that, or I didn't know how to do that. There's been periods where I've sent out poetry, and I've been published in stuff. It's not like I'm unpublished, but it's like, for whatever reason, I got sort of focused or almost like distracted by like the live readings. I think there's sort of like an immediate gratification with it, meet people, but also I think that's probably what we need, like if I would have applied to grad school out of undergrad, the big thing that would have stopped me would have been the letter of recommendation. I would have just had no idea who to ask. The thing is, I was more serious about fiction. And I'd never taken a fiction class. So it's not like I had some like mentor, teacher, guidance person. Like I'd taken playwriting classes, screenwriting classes, I'd taken a poetry class, a creative nonfiction class, but I wasn't particularly close with any of those people. It just wasn't that kind of student. I wasn't like going to office hours, like trying to schmooze the fucking teacher. Like I go to class, I do the work, I do the reading, but it's like I was shy, and like I could never get into a fiction workshop, even though I won the fucking short story contest. And so, I wrote a lot, and I had things that I probably could have sent out, and probably could have gotten published somewhere, short stories. But I think somewhere along the way, I just got so much more involved with just writing, and I was not part of the academic. Once you lose, like those letters of recommendation are such a disqualifying thing. I probably could have asked some theater person or something, but they wouldn't have known my writing or anything. It's just like the money thing has always turned me off about grad school. Even the application, it's like, what, I'm going to apply to 10 grad schools, so it's like I'm going to have to get transcripts. I'm going to have to somehow get them to send these fucking letters of recommendation out to all these schools. Not to mention, obviously, my own, whatever, sample, letter of intent. And then it's like $50 or whatever every time. So it's like, geez, and sometimes it's more than that, it's $100. So I just said, fuck this. At that time, there was still some sense that you could move to New York and like make it as a writer, just through your own talent. There was that book, MFA versus New York City. Like there was a, competition. Like you had just as much of a chance by moving to New York and making it as a writer as you did as getting an MFA. Which is like, everybody has an MFA. I mean, why wouldn't you get it? But I don't know. I got more focused on working, trying to figure out adulthood, working in restaurants. I guess I got my goal was to move to New York and live in New York and try to make it as a whatever, actor, writer, director, poet, everything, everything. I was trying to make it as everything at once. I was going to move to New York and just like, I'm so fucking talented and brilliant, you know. But to be honest, I was still very underdeveloped because I hadn't put myself out there as much, you know, like if it's a car-based culture, you know, it's an isolated place in a lot of ways, and so you really do have to put yourself out there, and like, you know, theater stuff, you can do stuff that's all kind of sad, you know, and writing, it's like there weren't, I was shy or something to go to open mics. It never even occurred to me. It would never even occur to me to go to open mics to read. To me, writing was like this thing you did alone by yourself, like you revised, and then I guess you sent it out or you published it. It's a novel. I don't know. I don't know how those things connected. I never thought about it, and I still don't. You know, now I just write in my notebook all day, and every couple months I type up the stuff that I write in my notebook. I take the notebook to open mic. I write a bunch of stuff I want to say at open mic to just get on the record and say out loud in public because I think it's cool, the shit or needs to be said or whatever. I'm also writing like an autobiographical novel about everything that happened and life and history and society and my critique of it and all that, and my friends and my social life and scene and all of that. And so I go and I read it at open mics, and then I type it up. I type out usually what I read, and then I collect that into a book and I publish it myself. I mean, you know, I'm trying to come to terms with like, am I just avoiding like the test that you have to go through as an artist or whatever? Like, am I just trying to squirm out of the way, and that's like my technique is just like avoiding difficulty, avoiding sense, coherence, meaning, feeling, sincerity, editing, waiting. You know, like the idea with writing is that you do a lot of it. You know, most of the writing things that you learn are like, well, you write a lot and, you know, you use very little of it. It's cut so much. You might use 10 pages for over 100 pages. You're going to throw 90% of what you write away. Which I guess, a lot of the things that are saved are not that great either, to be honest. You know, is that Tony Hogan poem? Like, is that the best shit the guy wrote? It kind of holds together because it's a bunch of cliche bullshit that people want to read. I guess it's like a quaint little picture of a moment, but that's why people like it. It's super reductive and kind of cute and arousing. Gets your blood flowing. People want that in poetry. They want to be moved. They want some kind of show-offy slam fucking sled. They want to sled. You know, they want you to have doily. They want you to have fringe. They want you to have embroidery. It is all about the ornamentation, the queerness, and the otherness, and vulnerability, the emotion, the feeling. I'm not against any of that stuff. I have all that. I try to do all that stuff. So yeah, this is my midlife crisis where I'm just trying to think. I'm going back. Where did I go wrong? Where did this go wrong? Should I have got an MFA right out of college and come to New York with that and been able to get a job as a professor or something? Because that's the thing that's really frustrating to me. Is like the idea that if I could make some kind of money at all, just to be able to afford a place to live, as like a teacher. I think I would be happy to do that. I like campus life, you know? I fit in there. I don't really have this anti-campus life. I never did, but the campus has become this like ideological battleground. And like, to be honest, like, it hasn't been that encouraged for, I don't know, like with poetry especially, it's like, there's these deadlines come once a year. Like every September, it's like, you've got to get your MFA application in, and they cost money, and it's like, you got to get your sample together, your fucking letters of recommendation, God knows where those are. Your fucking transcript. Like, I went to 3 fucking colleges. I got to contact all the places I went to college, get fucking transcripts for all of these fucking schools. It all costs money, you know, and you hear so much, it's like, oh, 600 people applied or something. They only picked 10. So it's like the acceptance rate is super, you know, so you're like, there's no way I'll get in. What's the fucking point of you doing this? I got to spend all this money and work my ass off just to get rejected? That's going to be humiliating. I'm 40 years old. I sure got rejected when I was 25, but I thought I made the mistake of thinking, hey, I'll live my life first. I'll go out in the world, I have some adventures, so I have something to write about. I'll make some money in my part-time, and then I'll have my whole life to like write, live in New York, whatever. And I'll become successful because I'm so talented. You know, I'll just bust all the doors down and get in the fucking New Yorker, the Bears Review, whatever. But it's like the landscape shifted a lot over the last 15 years. And, you know, like what's this thing about, there's no advantage for a guy to have a college degree, right? Like, the employment rate between men with college degrees and without college degrees is the same. But like with women with college degrees, there's way more employment. And somebody was saying, well, the reason why all the Gen Z guys are unemployed is because people told them to stop hiring. They said stop hiring men. Like, yeah, that's why none of them have fucking jobs, because there was a whole societal effort to, you know, make everything more diverse, which was important. But it was also like discouraging, you know, white guys from doing it. So it's frustrating to have friends that are professors. There's clout, you know, there's clout and there's prestige. It would bring honor upon my family. I think my parents would be proud of me if I could do something like that. But, you know, you get so caught in like the stream of life that like you have the time and the focus to like fill out all the goddamn paperwork, to go to goddamn grad school, and then pay for it. You know, that's the other part. Like, it feels very classist. Like, if you're rich, you can afford to go to Columbia, but if you're not, forget about it. I knew people that got accepted to Columbia that were just like, I can't go there. I would never be able to pay the student loans off. So I'll go to Ohio State again, where it's fully funded, and save a bunch of money. And so that's it, you know, there's a whole fucking economic thing which I don't agree with. It was also a matter of technique. I thought I did not want to have some kind of MFA style or have them imprint some kind of, you know, artificial. It did feel like anti-divinity. You know, there's something about your natural inclinations, and the MFA thing was like a McDonald's of fucking, you know, just turning into a fucking chicken nugget or something. Pulverizing your shit. Not that people think that anymore, and having seen like athletes, and like now I know tons of people who have MFAs and shit, like, you could be pretty fucking divorced from the program, basically. You really don't even have to be that involved. You go to class like once or twice a week. It's insane. You know, it's insane how much it matters considering how little it is. A lot of people who get an MFA never do a reading. You know, and they might not even get published, and yet they get a fucking degree that says they can teach. It's kind of infuriating, actually, when you have a lot of real life experience, and yet somebody who's 24 who got a fucking 2-year certificate, and they got paid to do it, you know, kind of pisses you off. You've been like starving, no health insurance for 15 years. Just trying to figure it out on your own, getting no fucking help, getting no support, being bad at it, embarrassing yourself night after night publicly, having your friends turn on you, being petty about it, alienating yourself from the entire fucking every major poet in America with your bad attitude, your resentment, your judgment. It's been quite an adventure. My story probably has been not like anybody else's, but if I could have just like gotten some kind of, if I could teach at fucking Queens College or fucking BMCC or City College of New York, those people have it pretty fucking cushy, if you ask me. You're able to pay your rent teaching a fucking English class. I bust my ass to like prop up this entire fucking open mic. You get very little in return. Aging rapidly. I got white fucking skunk hair. Got white in my beard. I have no financial security whatsoever. And I make very little. Which is that's what poets are supposed to do. The thing is, like, it's frustrating because after you get blocked out by this giant, you know, circuit of these fucking MFA people, and it's like there's no place for you. You just try to be, I don't know, I try to be as fucking on the edge as I can be. That's, you know, I try to push my writing to a place that very few people would even think of going. I don't try to make it clean and orderly. It's supposed to be like a big messy room. You know, it's civil disobedience in a way. And maybe that's petty or childish to do against like the readership, but you know, poetry is a lot of it's just placating and flattering the preconceived notions of the listener. That's what that Tony Hogan called it. It's just picture part of it. Not really getting into the ugly side of things. And it's got a weird Christian undercurrent that can go fuck itself. And I don't know. It's about like breaking and entering. It's about screaming and throwing a fucking hissy fit and ranting against every fucking thing. And saying every goddamn thing. And singing. And it's graphomania. And it's psychotherapy. Bernadette Mayer said something about what psychotherapy, psychotherapy is the way they have it defeating. It's the way they have it like defeating the artist. It's their way of disenchanting, controlling. I forget who said it or how it said it. The womb, the mother womb. I'm going to write a poem about my mother wound, okay? and I'm going to read it in a serape like Robert Bly. I like Robert Bly. He's another Minnesotan. It's weird how much influence they have, or at least they had. I guess it's because they're NPR station. Minnesota's got, they've got, it's Democrat, it's blue. They're Al Franken, and they're super liberal, I think. Tim Walton's Minnesota, right? Thanks a lot, buddy. Like the Robert Bly playing crazy. So do people know Robert Bly? I'll talk about Robert Bly. I like Robert Bly. He's another mint. He had the mint. Which sounds like a fucking, we could use Robert Bly today. Can we get Robert Bly on Joe Rogan? In any case, I don't know, if you do translation, he was a world figure farm. He had like this farm in Minnesota, snowy, what the fuck was it? I was really into Robert Bly college, because he explains everything. He's just like explains culture, and he's a great teacher. He's like a, I don't think he's like a sexual predator. I don't think he does. There's nothing, I don't remember any poetry being like this. Somebody mentioned it at the open mic, I forget. But, before, he's from the Midwest, right? So before moving to the big city and getting cosmopolitan about it, and getting urbane, Robert Bly was like this, he's like, this deep earth spiritual Buddha, Vallejo, getting into like the deep soul realms. And so there's something funny about it, but it's nice to have all those different knowledges and education. See a professor, I'm sure he taught everywhere, all over the country. He was always traveling, he did those presentations and shit. So you're trying to drum up, as a poet, you're trying to get things traveling, stipend, get on the syllabus, get the grant money, get the Guggenheim, get the MacArthur, get the residency, get the fellowship, get the fucking Ruth Lilly, you gotta get in Poetry Magazine, you gotta get in New Yorker. I always thought in some way I would get in, the thing is, when Trump happened, it really blew everybody out of contention in a way that, I was just starting to really get, situated as a writer and as a person. I had that room in the Snooze, a tiny room. I could, I was doing video stuff. I had my TV show. I had time to read. I read novels. I was writing poetry, just starting to do readings, starting to discover that whole world, do open mics, book readings. I was getting published in things. I had poet friends, all these artist friends, but really learning, the magic and the sense of belonging that you have with like other poets. There's nothing like hanging out with a gang of poets. I don't know. They're just, they're just salt of the earth, I guess. Or, I don't know. There's a million things. There's ETF. I love to read. I don't know. It's just sort of another part of the conversation. Reading the poem, listening to the poem. It's just sort of it's just like an interval in the conversation. So it's a sort of a timeout where you get to clarify and sharpen your inner depths for everybody. And they have to listen to this kind of consecrated space and moment. And as somebody who's hyper-verbal and hyper kind of like always trying to explain it, to discover that was like a autistic do. And that was the, the fact that that's like the extent of it. That's all you have to do as a poet, right? Is just think and write it down. It's literally like the easiest fucking art form. You don't have to like film it. You don't have to fucking play an instrument even. You don't have to plug anything in. You don't have to work on a computer if you don't want to. You just roll over it, scribble it down, and go back. And so, I don't know, there's all these hidden kind of like facets of poetry life. It is almost like a secret underground network of like mutual aid or mutual, it's like if you're different, or I don't know. You figure out a way to keep each other alive through like your attention and just showing up. Even though poetry readings can be, kind of threadbare, bare bones, attendance-wise, it can still matter a lot to those people that are there. And it could be, and so you get what you lack maybe in quantity, you get it again. And the poetry world can be so exciting that it's just like, who cares? Everything else is missing. The movie world is missing something. The fiction world is missing. The movie world is missing. Like, even though there's a literary element, too kind of like looks based, too kind of like too kind of Hollywood, too kind of caught up in, like I said, the novelization. Movies are just a novel kind of form, struck, smushed into 2-hour-long Magic Lantern show. If you're obsessed with thinking and talking and analyzing words, and kind of paper, printed matter, and getting up in front of people and getting attention, trying to get attention, just for being, having the smartest mouth in the class, pretty much the best dream job, really. We're all trying to be that class standout. Explainer. Yeah, so I'm tracking the track of my, so because I don't have any of these. I don't have any of these. And so it's like, it's hard because I do feel like I've done a lot of work to like put myself out there and face my fear. The fact that I even have like a life at all, like somebody puts out original work. People have read my writing. I have books of sorts that like, what life and they know what it is. Like, there's a shy or, that wasn't, it was hard to do that. It was hard to find time and space to like be vulnerable or to even work, even trust your own ideas. Everything was so critical. So, I was always surrounded by people. So it's like I didn't really have time to be alone with my thoughts, time to write them down, time to, and the computers kind of made all that stuff easy. In the 90s, it wasn't quite as easy to make to type something up. It's like our family had a computer. What was I going to go to the computer and like type something? Then everybody in my family would know I'm writing something. They'd have an opinion about it if it was good. It's like probably didn't think it was good. So I have low self-esteem. Where I come from, it's the right thing to do. You're supposed to have low self-esteem. Like, that's the nice thing to do. You're not supposed to be like Tim Heidecker in the comics and have it, you know, thinking yourself that's through the fucking roof. Because you were born with a silver spoon. You're supposed to be humble. You can't think that you're special. Like, this is something Gary Steeler talking about. You can't think that you're somebody. So, I don't know what it is. I do feel like just like at odds with, you know, like when I play my music, or like the music I like, playing that gig the last few gigs I played, I just feel like the songs I'm playing are too old, my sensibility is too boomer, too dad rock. It just feels like that with everything. With my comedy stuff, felt like too dad rock. This is not going to play to, you know, and okay, this is something I heard somebody say. It's like aging millennials are starting to come to this realization that at a certain point in your life, you realize there's the shift. That you look around and you're no longer like the youngest person. Realize that you see 22-year-olds and you're like, God damn, they look like a kid. And then you realize, oh fuck, I'm, you know, I'm middle-aged, I'm getting old. Like, and you start to realize that, like, something I heard once is that, you know, it gets a lot harder after your mid-30s. You just start to see, like, you slow down, but it's also like the culture starts to want, you know, it's like this thing, it's like they don't want to hire old people. They don't want to hire young people, they don't want to hire old people. Like, who the fuck do they want? It's like, it's weird because when you're 25, you know, when you're like 20 to 32, it's like the whole fucking world is about you. And it's like that time, and then before you know it, you're 40, and it's like, it's over. Like, it's not about you at all. And that's just so weird that our lives are like boiled down to like this one. It's like by the time, I guess part of it is, and that's why I'm watching this movie like Friendship and the comedy 2012. It's like, I feel like everybody my age, I guess they live in Brooklyn, or to be honest, they are raising their kids. You know, like they're married and they're raising their kids. You know, like the time that people try to make it, really, you've got to be young. And in our culture, you've got to be, it helps if you're a child actor. Most of the people that are really big were like child actors from like an extremely young age. Whether it's Scarlett Johansson, Britney, whoever the fuck it is. Justin Timberlake, Zac Efron, Shia LaBeouf, whoever it is, Miley, they were all like extremely young child actors. And then they kind of like went up, you know, even fucking Adam Scott, I think, has been around since like the 90s or some shit. He was like a teen actor, like fucking Jason Bateman, like they're all getting very young. But they do it, you know, they build experience. They already have a, you know, decade of experience by the time they're 20 or whatever. But even so, it's like that you really got to make it before you're 25 or something, because that's when you're the most valuable, you know, that's when you're at your hottest. You're young, you're good looking. If you have something, generally those people do make it by the time they're, whether you're Bo Burnham or Taylor Swift or the Beatles or Bob or whoever it is. You know, it's like they all kind of first showed up by their early 20s with something. And you know, as you get older, you can start to feel like, oh, wait a minute, like, everybody is not only in a career, but like, people my age have a lot of experience. You know, the people got MFAs when they're 24, they all have 15 years of college experience, whatever. You know, at this point, I'm way less qualified to do anything than Ashley. She's 24. You know, like, and so, you know, we're also in this time where it's just like we have this kind of new awareness where our generation, it is almost like we're being lowered to some kind of extermination, because it's like, you're never going to own a house. You're never probably going to be able to afford to have children. And you know, a lot of jobs are going to vanish because they're going to be done by AI, and like, just like they fired all these government people, they're attacking the university. So it's like, where are people going to work? Fucking professors. The humanities are dying. There are no English majors. Everybody's writing Chat GPT. So do we need fucking all these poetry MFAs to teach fucking comp? You know, like, no, they're all fucking doing AI or. And so it's one of those things where it's like, it just feels like you're hopeless or something. You know, like you're being lowered into a well, or you're just serving out some kind of life sentence, or, you know, it's like, what do we have to be optimistic about? It's like, it's so expensive to just live. How am I going to sustain my life as a poet, as an artist, as a blogger, as a live streamer, as a social personality? How are we going to afford to be bohemian, to be outside the system, to be not institutionalized? Does that even fucking matter? You know, it's like the only writers anybody pay attention to are professors or fucking Twitter celebrities. You know, it's like, but it's a mystery to me. You know, it's like when I get up in front of the audience and I tell a joke and it whips, I really don't get why. When I play my songs and I think I kill it and I get kind of an underwhelming response, I really don't get it. Maybe I'm not like asking tough enough on myself. You know, this is something I've been thinking a lot. It's like, do I need to spend more time off stage practicing, writing more, editing more, taking classes? Like, what do I need to do to, like, is it because I need to be choosier about what I do show people? You know, like, I always read something different, right? Like, every time I do a reading, I read something different every fucking time. Like, there's not very many writers that do that. And it's one of these things that's like, well, if I had one fucking poem that worked, I just read it every time and people loved it, I'd probably get a lot further. But it's also like, I don't know, I mean, I avoid writing for that. You know, like, I think I'm uncomfortable with applause. I don't want to, like, but it's also like, I don't know, maybe there's something that's not connecting. You know, the circuit isn't completing, the punchlines aren't punching. You know, it's like, how long can you fake it? How long can you try to push it through on energy? And yet, you know, like, I feel like a smart person. I feel like I know a lot about this stuff. I've read a lot. I do work hard on what I do. And when I write it down, like, maybe I don't iron out all the wrinkles. Maybe there's a lot of fucking abrupt, kind of volatile, you know, kind of unsettling shit in there. I don't know. You know, it's like, what can you do but do what you believe in, do what you think is the best that you can do. You know, who could I get feedback from? What are they going to do? How close can I workshop? What are they going to tell me? You know, the sense that I got from my last workshop was just that, like, basically I'm a shitty writer. I write list poems. I need to write longer lines on bigger paper. Have like a break. But I guess I can smooth things out to be more publishing what the add punctuation try to get more grammatically correct. But that's another reason why I'm like looking at novels and shit. Maybe I should just try to do this. And maybe I was better. It's kind of crazy that I haven't tried to write any fiction at all in like 15 years. Like once I started doing poetry, I just sort of like completely stopped. Like I had to. Like super